Test, test one, two, test one, two. Test one, two. Oh, there it is. I was looking speaking.
Welcome, everyone, to the City Commission meeting of Wednesday, June 5th. This is board night. This is the night when we asked all of our outstanding advisory boards to give us their report and their recommendations based on the past year of work. It's a tradition that we started some years ago, and it gives every single board an opportunity to speak to us at least once a year, publicly and on the record, to tell us what's on their minds. And we also get to ask them some questions and impart some dialogue with them. And it's a very worthwhile event. And I want to thank everyone who serves on an advisory board in the city of Pembroke Pines as residents. Your voice is important to us, and what you have to say on the topics that you deal with is of great importance. So thank you very much. Madam Clerk or City Attorney, do you have an order, or should we go in the order that's printed in the agenda? I guess first up is the Education Advisory Board. And if you can just make your name, and we'll go from there. There's a button on the bottom that says speak. If you press that once, you're on.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Danielle Spradley. I am the chair of the Education Advisory Board. And so for our summary, our year-end review, we discussed relevant proposed legislation in Florida legislature impacting students at various meetings. We scheduled and attended our Sunshine Law refresher by the City Attorney's Office. Board members continue to work with their assigned schools located within the city, where we have made contact with principals and staff to open lines of communication for needs that the particular schools may have and that what we can do to assist them. Mr. Armando Arana, Coordinator, Governmental Affairs, Legislative Affairs, and Community Relations with the Broward County School Board. He attended several meetings and he provides us with updates as to what's going on at the school board level. Members also attended and participated in the 2024 Community Reading Day at Pembroke Pines Schools. We also attended county meetings concerning the district's plans for redefining the use of our schools and school resources, particularly schools that are under-enrolled and how best to utilize those schools. Also at all meetings, the members reviewed, discussed, and approved minutes and emailed board members. We also discussed the Student Ambassador Program to determine the scheduling for 2024, 2025. We were not able to conduct it this year due to scheduling issues. The attendance report is attached there for you all as well. And we would also like to commend Dr. Cirillo for her continued support and investment into the committee. She's at every meeting, and we greatly appreciate her. And we just also want to thank the City Commission and the City Manager for your continued support. And the final version was approved on April 23rd, 2024.
Thank you very, very much, and thank you for all that you and the Education Advisory Board do to keep our city informed of the residents' voice on education. Commissioners, any questions? Thank you very, very much. And next up will be the Charter Elementary Middle School Advisory Board. Charter Elementary Middle School Advisory Board, are they here? Okay, and then after that, it's the Board of Adjustment.
Thank you very much and good evening. My name is Israel Rodriguez Soto, engineer by profession and member of the Board of Adjustment since 2002. That gives me about 22 years. I was a young whippersnapper when I actually started with Angelo Castillo.
So was I.
You know, you kind of wonder where all those efforts and all that strength goes to, you know, but that's all right. I'm still at it.
Keeps me up at night also. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Matter of fact, I'd like to start by congratulating. The board respectfully congratulates, since I am the chair, the board can respectfully congratulate the new elected members of honorable commissions, as well as the new mayor of the city of Pembroke Pines. Congratulations all.
Thank you very much.
I do have that you have been giving the supporting documentation or backup data material and other clarifying documents that are applicable, and documents showing the action taken on zoning variances of appeal 23 through basically what's happening right now on 24. So therefore, that summary should be in your files and your records right now. And I will, as always, I'd like to ask for your very outstanding assistance that you have given this board. I have a couple of vacancies, which of course, among you, if you would like to basically take a look at it, and those commissioners that require to mention or request that one of your constituents assist us, I really would appreciate it.
Madam Clerk, if you would you please email the entire city commission with all of the vacancies by district and any mayoral vacancies that there might be, so that we can and make sure that all the positions that are vacant are published and advertised for the usual 30 days and giving people the opportunity to apply.
I have a few of them, especially one now that is the assistant vice chair of the board. I'm holding that open until I have a full board, so we can get the complete participation of the board in order to select that member that will pick up that position. Having said that, we do have some recommendations, because I like to make it short and sassy. I'd like to appeal to the city commission to grant only a 5-0 vote or a simple majority. Once the board discusses the fact that if my board heard and deny a variance by a vote of 5-0, the simple majority of appeal of the city commission, I would like for you to basically use the same amount, 5-0, because we spend a lot of time. And right now, I'm basically going after those persons that rather say, I'm sorry, than to actually go out and get an adequate permit for any variance or changes that they're made to their homes. I am being very direct when I receive those persons that would like to have a variance in order to, how they say, they did not know that they needed to require a permit to do a major revision to their homes. So I'm having them go directly to the staff that we have in support of the board and work out a happy agreement that will not be good or be favored by that proponent, nor favored to us, but something that we can live with within the context of our regulations. I have basically established certain percentages, not to exceed those. And if they are able to come down to that or take out some of the portions of the structures that they have built, we will listen to them. And those are the individuals that sometimes say, I'd rather take my chances with the commission. And those are the ones that I really would like you to basically take in consideration the time and effort and the time we spend with our staff in order for them to be able to meet the requirements of the city. Having said that, if the city commission automatically overturns the Board of Adjustment denial, what the commission have not possibly seen to realize that their action will automatically go with the property in perpetuity. If it goes in perpetuity, that's it. We lost the game here. But if we take it, we basically put a gimmick to that portion whereby if they sell, that property has to return to the original condition by whomever buys it. And it's in the deed, and we actually place that in the deed. So I like your help on that. That's just a thought. Conditional variances issue when renovations are made without permits or when earlier owners make renovations should be only as long as the hardship exists. I have a lot of people come in and says, I have a 90-year-old mother. She can't walk or she can't drive, and she needs additional space in order to basically get out of their car without falling. I have other cases where it says, my son has a mental condition, and when he's getting out of the car, and it comes to my mind, if he has a mental condition, how can he drive? Questions that come to my mind, but that's besides the point. I'll take care of those. Ordinance upon cessation of said hardship, in any event, the property should be put into a compliance upon changes of ownership property regardless of any variance issue in the past. The best recommendation that Home Owners Association rule regulates governing their own citizens or people that actually live in that HOA. We listen to them, but I tell them, we listen to you, but really we take this as a one-to-one. They cannot tell us or the city what we have to accept. So again, in that process, so we're asking that the Western Development is adopted via city ordinance to apply our eastern area, and the city is not governed by a mandatory homeowners association, such as parking of commercial vehicles, boats, trailers, mobile homes, campers, erections of temporary structure, prohibition of duties and radios and TVs, antenna, et cetera, et cetera. But you have all this information. There was just a synopsis of what I would be requiring or requesting from this honorable group of commissioners. Having said that, I open the floor for question. If you have some for me, please.
I want to thank you for your leadership on the Board of Adjustment, for all the members, the work that you do. It's not easy work. And we have great respect for the work that you do. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Schwartz.
Yes, Mr. J.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and the board for your efforts. It's not easy. It's not easy telling people yes. It's not easy telling people no. It's not easy telling people yes or no with other people waiting to be heard. Your board is certainly a vital part to the city, and I want to thank each and every one of you for your personal commitments. We have your life experience, your work experience. We have a former city engineer on the board. We had a drainage district member on the board up until recently.
That to me was quite a loss because we have a lot of flooding conditions and situations close to lakes that actually would help me out.
So the one thing that you don't have in the room that night is somebody who has done an outstanding job, and that's our chief building official, Steve Pizzullo, who, under the Florida statute, has sovereign immunity to make decisions in order to make sure that things are fair. So when you guys make an approval, he still has a job to do. And I want to, even though he's not in your report, I know he's an extension to what your decisions are.
Yes, he is.
And so I just wanted to publicly acknowledge his efforts and the building department's efforts to see through the wishes of the board when you do grant some of these variances.
Thank you. That's nice to know. And even though I do have that and I haven't met him personally, I know that he does an outstanding job in support of the board that we have.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And again, congratulations to the newcomers.
Thank you very much. Next will be the Charter Academic Village Advisory Board.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Michelle Reynoso, and I'm here to present the annual report on behalf of the Charter Academic Village Advisory Board. You should have a copy of the summary of our accomplishments during the school year, which includes some of the items that I'll touch on now. We approved the charter schools budget for recommendation to the City Commission. We approved the Academic Village School Improvement Plan. We approved the 2023-2024 middle and high school parent and student handbooks. We held an open forum at every board meeting where we encouraged parents to voice their concerns and provide feedback. Principal Bayer was always forthcoming with his responses to the parents. We approved the PPCSS wellness policy with Dr. Spirillo. No, she left. We advocated for a left turn traffic light at Jaguar Way. We received and discussed monthly updates by the City Controller regarding fundraising activities and results. And we continue to support the parent workshops and Raising Positive Children seminars. We also approved the A+ funds distribution plan as voted upon by the school staff. We, this one is a little bit exciting, approved an updated uniform policy to include black slacks or shorts beginning in the upcoming school year. And Dr. Pizzo provided us with an excellent safety report on campus safety improvements and the reunification process after an alert. You should have in your packets the attendance record for the board, and all regular members made it a priority to attend as many meetings as they could within their own personal schedules. Our board appreciates the support of the city commissioners and the city manager, and of course our parents are extremely grateful when you take the time to attend and speak at our meetings. Thank you, Mayor Castillo, for attending and speaking at our May meeting. And the final version of this report was approved for presentation to the City Commission by the board at our April 8th meeting. That's it. Do you have any questions?
Well, I just want to say that you are you and your board members are an integral component in the success of the charter schools, and The work that you do does not go unnoticed, and we're very, very thankful for it. And we know it's a lot of work, and we know that you do it with a great deal of heart and with a great deal of love for the students and for the school. And for that, we thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you, Mayor. The amount of volunteer hours, the 30 hours just isn't enough. You need to serve on the board too, right? And make it, and the amount of work that your volunteers do are profound.
Thank you.
The Broward County School Board has recognized your board. I was a part of a workshop about the future of education in Broward County back in December. And all the guest speakers kept speaking about the city of Pembroke Pines Charter School and how the county can learn what it's like to have parents involved in student performance. We just culminated another fantastic graduation. I believe, colleagues, this may be the most amount of Ivy League graduates we've had. And, the future is bright.
Yeah.
We do have, I think it was 2014 is when we chartered for 15 years. So we're just 5 years away. So we're going to need your help in making sure that all the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted. But certainly, I'm looking forward to what our future holds because of the amount of work that everyone is doing on behalf of the community. So again, congratulations and thank you again for what you do.
Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Any other questions, Commissioners? Thank you so very, very much.
Have a great day.
Thank you. The Economic Development Board.
Not that tall. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager. My name is Susan Meister. I am the Chair of the Economic Development Board for the City of Pembroke Pines. And with me is one of our members.
My name is Stephen Reinstein, District 4.
I want to start off with thanking you all for allowing us to serve on the board. We currently have 3 vacancies that we are heartfelt in requesting you to fill with people who are going to be involved. We've had a bit of an issue this year with having to hold workshops because we do not have a quorum. And we've got work that we'd like to do, and we'd like to be able to do that. So we're truly asking for that help. Also, we are open to any new assignments that you may be open to sharing with us. You have the copy of our report. It is a draft of a report because we were unable to vote on the report since we had to have a workshop. But in that draft, we have monthly liaison reports as part of our Economic Development Board meetings. Liaisons from the city's Planning and Economic Development Department have been incredibly helpful and supportive and helping to provide information and help to provide direction. We've had 7 meetings, and we were hoping to be able to discuss the Economic Development Strategic Plan 2.0 and hoping that that does get approved and we can start moving on some of those items that are on there. We also had some presentations this year. Linda Flynn, Public Arts Master, plan consultant, presented on the impact of art in public places and the impact of that on the business community. It was a terrific presentation. Patty Archer came and spoke with us about the Miramar Pines Chamber of Commerce, the work that they're doing, and how we can work together to help local businesses as well. And Gus Martinez, who is the Managing Director of Keller Williams Commercial, presented to the board on, excuse me, on the market analysis for Southwest Broward and what that means for us moving forward. again, the Economic Development Strategic Plan, the initial one, was a roadmap for us, and we are hoping to have 2.0 as a further roadmap. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you for everything that you do for the city of Pembroke Pines. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. Commissioners?
Mayor,
Commissioner Schwartz?
thank you. Madam Chair, thank you. Commissioner Hernandez, I'm a little bit, I have a little bit of favoritism. I love all my boards, but the economic development certainly is my favorite. Back in 2008, I was appointed by the Miramar Chamber of Commerce to represent them. We only had 2 members at the time. There's now 4. And in 9, 10, 11, I was chair. Then we had the first wave of what you can say the master plan. What the Economic Development Board is asking now is for us to implement phase 2. That was presented to us approximately 6 months ago.
I believe so, yes.
Right around there. And we were supposed to have a meeting about it in April. I'm looking forward to getting a date that we can have those public comments. But certainly 2.0 is going to be much better than 1.0. We accomplished a lot of things in 1.0. We streamlined our permitting, we streamlined fees, we enhanced even some architectural review for businesses and streetscape. The Economic Development Board is an essential part of the fabric of our city. And I agree with you. The board has always taken on additional tasks. I'm really looking forward to our future. So thank you again. And thank everyone on the board for me.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Commissioners? Thank you again.
Thank you.
The Diversity and Heritage Advisory Board.
Good afternoon. My name is Dawn Prospect, and I'm the chair of the Diversity and Heritage Diversity Board. So as my colleague said, we've also had an issue with quorum. We've had 6 meetings over the past year, and 4 of the meetings we didn't have a quorum. So, but regardless of the lack of quorum, we were able to have some robust discussions and made some decisions at the some recommendations at the meetings that we were able to have quorum and have votes. So we recommended that the city commission a Veterans Day portrait project, whereby the professional photographer, they captured images of veterans and they tell their stories pre and post of veteran service. We also recommended that the Pembroke Pines resident guide be developed, and that's now available on the website. City Connect is now available in English and Spanish on the website. We also have a diversity in the military exhibition, which shows the diverse backgrounds of veterans as a permanent part of Veterans Day event. And the board advised the commission, and $60,000 was set aside for a Hispanic Heritage Festival, which will be held later this year. And we also have $40,000, which was set aside for a Caribbean American Heritage Festival, which will be held on June 29th. So we look forward to working with the other boards as feasible in order to utilize the resources that the city already puts towards the Heritage and Diversity Committee, and also portraying diversity and heritage within the city of Pembroke Pines. So we look forward to a great year, upcoming year, to continue with the work that we've been doing. Thank you.
One of the things, thank you so very much for everything that you do for the city, you and your board members.
Thank you.
One of the things that I had been looking forward to for quite a while now, and I know we had COVID about 2-3 years ago, but your committee was actually brought back to life, I think 2 years prior to that, was a calendar of events.
Okay.
We wanted you to go through January, February, March, April, May, and to recommend to us what things celebrating, what events celebrating diversity should be acknowledged and celebrated within the city of Pembroke Pines. Miramar has a very robust diversity celebration program. And as I conduct town hall meetings throughout the city, I hear the same thing, that we're sort of behind the 8 ball when it comes to celebrating diversity as compared to our neighbor, as compared to other cities. And I'm wondering, what what additional resources you'd need from us? Is there anything in particular that we should do in order to ask you to produce this calendar? And understand this, this is something we could assign to staff, but I always felt that it was so important that this rise up from the citizenry, that it would have more gravitas, that it would have more meaning if it was a resident recommendation. And I know that you've had some difficulty meeting, but maybe if we began advertising to the members that you have, that on this day, we're going to begin the work of putting together this calendar. I think that there would be a great deal of interest. And so I was wondering, as chair, if you could tell us, how long do you figure it would take for you to go through all 12 months and look at all of the different groups that need to be celebrated in the city? And I know that staff can provide you with that assistance and come up with a calendar. Before you answer, let me sort of also say this. There's been some indication, I don't know whether it's accurate or not, because you hear so many different things, that there's been some discussion about, well, we have to stay within a budget or whatever. Staff has to stay within a budget. You do not. You don't have a budget. You have a voice.
Okay,
And your voice comes to us. So I don't really want you to pay attention to that.
okay.
Let us worry about that. I want you to give us your advice. So how long do you think it might take to go through the calendar and come up with a robust set of suggestions for what we should do January through December? Or what are your thoughts on how long that might take?
So to go back about 2, maybe 3 years ago, we were provided with the calendar of the city events that they have from January through December. And we made some recommendations on, there were already some programs that were in place to celebrate some of these events. And we did provide by our liaison to the commission, some events that could be held to enhance these events. Some of our recommendations were taken into place. An example I gave was the Caribbean American Heritage and also the Hispanic Heritage and the Veterans. So we went through some of these events and we were provided with those that were feasible at the time. Our next meeting will be on June 25th, and I can definitely bring it to them to say, let's focus on the calendar on the other months of the year that we were not able to have events planned for and make recommendations for.
I take great pride never interfering in board matters. However, I would, as mayor, I would ask you to do just that, to pick up where you left off and go month by month and tell us what you think in each month should be celebrated in the city of Pembroke Pines, and to provide that information directly to us.
Okay.
And to do that as quickly as you can, because we are eager to look at that calendar and figure out a way. Now, not everything is a large scale event here in the city. Some things can be celebrated on the TV station. Some can be celebrated through social media. Others just require an acknowledgement, and some are full scale events. There are opportunities to look at the current events that we have and say, you know what, we're gonna set these particular events aside in favor of these others. So I think that that's a healthy conversation for this new city commission to have.
Okay.
And I would encourage you as quickly as possible to give us your best advice on what that should be, so that residents can no longer say that we're sort of behind the 8 ball on celebrating diversity.
I do agree. And these are conversations that I was having with our liaison a few weeks ago, to saying the events don't necessarily have to be on a large scale. It could just be something small, acknowledging the different events, acknowledging the diversity within the community itself.
Right.
Whether it could be on social media, maybe just something out on city center showing, hey, we celebrate X, Y, and Z, whatever is going on in the month.
Terrific.
So I do agree.
Thank you. Commissioners? Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations, Chair Prospect, for your willingness to lead a very important organization committee for us. I do know a lot about some of the struggles that you do have. You know, I have spoken with Member Hicksley on, you know, several occasions. And, you know, the mayor spoke very well in terms of, I think the most important message that was made by the mayor was having a direct communication with this commission. Because a lot of things that you do, I think we directly need to hear it. You know, as you all are putting those ideas and those suggestions and those recommendations together. I also know too, you know, this is one of the probably largest boards that we actually have in the city.
Mm.
And I think there are some constraints as well
Yeah.
in regards to being able to conduct business. Because if you don't have quorum, you know, there's a complication about bringing things to us, right? So I think that is a fundamental issue that needs to be addressed. And you know, one of the things that I do recognize that's a natural human nature type of thing is you might have members that, you know, that are assigned to the board, may be very busy, may not be able to attend, may get lost in that sometimes. And if you bring it to their attention, they'll go, oh yeah, and then they'll make the effort. But it'll be that one time before things become very aggressive in their schedule again. And the natural thing for people to do is to not want to let others down, right? So I think so if you tell them if you're going to come, you know, most people are going to say, yeah. I'm not going to let you down. I'm going to come. But again, that only lasts as long as the priority, you know, in their lives. So one of the things, Mr. Mayor, I think that might be helpful, at least for this particular committee, would be to send a letter to those members that have, you know, have a large number, if that's what you will, of absences, asking them, are they still willing to participate? You know, because maybe not coming from the board members themselves, but maybe if it came from the clerk, which is a little bit more sanitized in the sense of it might be easier to say, you know what, I'm really busy. As much as I'd like to, I'm going to tell the city clerk, no, I can't do it, right? At least to get some feedback so that we can get into a reassignment of those roles. So I asked that. And the secondary thing would be, maybe we need to probably look at this because it is a large group. You know, it is hard to get a lot of people together. Maybe we can reduce the number of people that it would take to have quorum in order to be able to pass things forward. You know, this is a huge challenge for the diversity group to be able to move things forward. And maybe if we just kind of lightened up a little bit, and I don't know what that would take in order to be able to do that, whether we would have to do this through some sort of resolution, ordinance, or something. But you know, just kind of limit or reduce a little bit more about what would be quorum. You know, if you got 20 people, 24 people, I mean, I think each one of us have 3, right? And permanent, and then we have 2 alternates. So that's 25 people in total that actually are assigned to this board. And, you know, but what would that be? 15 that would actually make, that would have voting rights if everybody came. So, you know, what would it take to just sit there and say, what is, you know, less than half, you know, if you only had maybe, I don't know, what is the quorum for you right now is?
The quorum is actually 8. So a few
Right.
years ago, the ordinance was changed for the committee to where they added more alternates, so where the alternates can vote, but that still didn't assist with persons coming in for quorums.
Mhm.
And one thing that we have discussed over and over was the lack of persons attending, to say after 3 meetings of unexcused absences, if they could be dismissed from the board. But
Mhm.
that wasn't something that was agreed to by the commission.
Mhm.
So if that is something that could be reconsidered, that would definitely be appreciated by our board.
Yeah, and because you have either excused or unexcused, and you're speaking more to the unexcused
unexcused,
version, which
yes.
is clearly, not wanting to participate.
Correct.
Because if you're excused, you at least called somebody and said, I want to.
Mhm.
So, yeah, we can probably, maybe even look at that, Mr. Mayor, in terms of, having unexcused absences and having automatic removals.
Okay.
But still, again, I think it's still going to come back. People are very busy, and there's one of us, there's five of us here, so maybe a quorum of one of them, five of them, would make it a lot easier to move things forward. So, just those are my suggestions. But Chair Prospect, I thank you all so very, very much, because some of the programs that you have suggested and made recommendation and that have been taken up were exceptional. And we just are, as the mayor is indicating, we'd like to see more of that exceptional work come from you all. So
Thank you.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm so incredibly proud of you.
Thank you.
I want to weigh in on a little bit of what the Vice Mayor had suggested, and the majority of it I disagree with. It is the responsibility of the elected officials sitting in this chair to ensure that the folks that they appoint are participating. That's just straight out our responsibility, our personal individual responsibility. And this is the reason why I'm so proud that District 2 has always been a part of this board. We didn't have the vacancies. We didn't have the issues. We weren't causing the problems that the board was having. So Commissioner Rodriguez, it was 2020, quarter one of 2020, I believe that my motion to expand the board was supported unanimously. Because of the diversity of the city, just having 5 folks, it wasn't enough to capture the essence of who we are as a people. So having the additional 2 alternates, which is 15 and 2 is 17, therefore 8, allowed this to move forward. Now, COVID certainly got some folks used to staying home and being on Zoom. However, even during that time, the board dug in and created MLK Day, which was tremendous. So the one time I came to the board meeting was the first kickoff, the initiative. Vice Mayor Seipel and I were both there. And I always allow as you know, Madam Chair, I always allow my appointments to think independently. But I said then, and I know I see Miss Colombo here, I say it every year at board night. I envision collaboration of the Diversity Board and the Arts and Culture Board. There's one thing I think we agree on in Pembroke Pines. We love food and we love music.
Yes.
And we love art. And I can see a festival of food and art that would actually get everyone together and breaking bread together and listening to music together and sharing art together. I'll even include the Economic Development Board because there's an economic development component to that too, supporting local business. So I like big, I would like to see this plaza filled. Granted, we do have monthly celebrations of culture and heritage. Great. But there's a time and a place to get everyone in the same room to celebrate humanity. So I'm focused on humanity. We have a world right now that's being torn apart for a lot of different reasons. And in Pembroke Pines, I won't accept that. I just won't. So please ask your board members to know that they are supported here. Now, on our agenda, this happened years ago. We used to make you all at the end of the line at the end of the meeting. Through motion, my colleagues supported changing board night and moving this up to where it appropriately is at the beginning of the meeting. But it's also in place All you have to do is request.
Okay.
You don't have to wait till June. Now, do I want to see you every month? If you got something good, bring it.
Okay.
Okay, but you don't have to wait. You know, certainly you go through liaison that the board wishes to address the commission on important matters such as X, and we'll take it up right then and there. Okay, so with that, thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you very much.
Anything else, commissioners? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Well done. Next is the Youth Advisory Board.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Ramirez, and I'm the chair for this year's Youth Advisory Board. First, we would like to wish a thank you to the city manager for appointing the members of this board and allowing us to serve our community of Pembroke Pines. In addition, the board is appreciative of the city staff that guided us during this year's inaugural year, as well as our respective high school principals. Although we were only in our first year as a board, we learned a lot and created and brainstormed many ideas and projects for next year's advisory board. A few of them include and are under recommendations or suggestions. Developing a citywide career fair that would be marketed towards Pembroke Pines high schools and implementing a life skills development series for young adults that are residents of the city. To close, we are excited to see our ideas implemented by next year's board and the progress of this year's to continue. Thank you.
It gives us such pride to see young people having a voice in the operations of the city.
Thank you.
And we just want to thank you and all of your members for everything that you do. You have bright futures ahead and you make our futures bright as well. So thank you so very, very much. Commissioners? Commissioner Rodriguez?
I just wanted to say thank you so much for, having the courage to come speak to us. I know public speaking, especially at the younger ages, is a little complicated, but I did attend one of your board meetings and I just wanted to say how thankful I am for each of the students that take part of that, because it is very much a dynamic conversation about what you guys want to see, and hopefully we can kind of keep that going. And then to any of you or your board members, good luck, in your next steps after graduation.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Schwartz?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have a special thank you, and that comes from Vice Mayor Ira Stiepel. She said, please let the Youth Advisory Board know how proud she is of the beginning, and the future is super, super bright. And you have an elected body here who wants to hear from you. And as I mentioned to the last board, you don't have to wait till June. If you want to come to us, you come to us if there's something that we need to hear. And I can tell you that the amount of work that you've put in and what you've learned in the process is certainly going to carry on when you get beyond post high school. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the Planning and Zoning Board.
Good evening. I'm Linda Gonzalez, a member of the Planning and Zoning Board.
And with
And
you,
this is a fellow member, Lee Goldich.
Lee, how are you?
The past year has been a relatively active one for us. We heard 38 development applications. Of those, there was zoning change, site plan, zoning variances, zoning interpretations, miscellaneous applications, and the land development code amendment, which I think you will be hearing the second meeting in June.
Mm-hmm.
We're especially proud to have partnered with city staff on the amendment. And we are very excited about one of the things we approved, which relates to accessory dwelling units, setting standards for dwelling units so that people that have single family homes and meet the criteria can build a unit or an attached unit. And we feel this will lead to the creation of affordable housing for our entry-level workers, and service industry workers. So we're looking forward to seeing how that works out. I'd also like to thank the former and departing members of our board for their dedication and work over the years. They really put in a lot of time, and we are missing some of them. I would like to also acknowledge the tragic loss of member Girello.
Yeah.
Paul was a special person, and he was very important to our board. And he had a knack for asking the right questions of applicants if he thought that it was going to affect the residents of the city. And he would frequently get them to change something about their application that was more doable, you know, for the citizens. So we miss him. We serve at the discretion of the commission. We'd like to ask if there are any topics you would like us to pursue in the future. Please let us know. And we are looking forward to a exciting new year, working with you, the citizens, and the business community. And we thank you for your support.
Well, we thank you for all the work that you do. Linda, you and I first met when you were Sue Katz's District 4.
Yep, Sue Katz appointed me initially.
In District 4, and during the 20 years that I was the District 4 Commissioner, you stayed on with me, and our relationship has always been very, very straightforward and very, very effective. And you've done a great job during your time there. And it was my honor to appoint you as the mayor's appointee to the
Well,
Planning and
thank you.
Zoning Board.
I always seem to say what I mean.
And you mean what you say. And that's what Sue
And
told
Lee
me.
has been a great addition to our
And Lee
board.
has done a great job, and we're very proud of all of you, and thank you
Oh, I
very
see
much.
on our agenda, we're getting another Gonzalez on the Planning and Zoning Board, but no worries, we're not related.
Nah. Yeah, and I think you'll be very, very pleased with that appointment as well. Any questions, commissioners?
Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Mayor.
Oh,
Um, Thank you for, Linda, for mentioning Paul. And you certainly have a lot of history here in the city, having served so many years for two commissioners. Paul was the only appointee that I carried over from previous administration. And so when we lost Paul a year ago this month, I reached out to somebody who I knew would be able to put his best foot forward on behalf of the community, and that's Lee Goldich. So I want to personally, publicly thank you, Lee, for everything that you've done, not only for the Planning and Zoning Board, but as a retired battalion chief for our fire department, and everything that your family does to protect us every day. The Planning and Zoning Board, I have always felt is in need of more education to be able to keep up with the changes within, I'll just say, industry. Chairman Rose is the only one who has gone through the conventions and the educational component. And so City Manager Dodge, the dollars that it would take to get our Planning and Zoning Board members up to speed on education, certification, could be reading materials, certifications, that sort of thing. I think the time is now to make those dollars available for those members who wish to participate in advancing their own personal knowledge in order to make the city even better. Certainly, the biggest threat that I think we have to the city is Tallahassee. And Home Rule Authority and the Live Local Act, putting the Planning and Zoning Board in a position of of tremendous pressure in order to pick in order to say yes for the right things and to say no for the right things. Pembroke Pines doesn't have to be like every other community. We are Pembroke Pines, and we define what that community is. Linda, you've seen a lot and you've done a lot. I miss Paul. Fred is going to be another loss.
Yeah.
Certainly John Jacob.
Oh, yeah.
There's lots of moving parts right now, and I would say this, that Assistant City Manager Mike Stam, Joe Yachik, Christian Zamora, and everyone who supports this board, it's teamwork, and certainly we should be proud of the city that we have because of the decisions of the collective effort of all. So with that, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Thank you, Planning and Zoning Board, for your great job. Thank you. And last, the Arts and Culture Board. Last but not least, the Arts and Culture Board. Oh,
I think,
oh, did I miss the Environmental Board? Oh, then the Environmental Board must go first.
I thought you were saving.
You're up. I missed you. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. I thought you were saving it
I-
last because we
I
are
was
so
about to,
important.
but you were always on my mind. I was going to sing you a country song, but go right ahead. Environmental Advisory Board. I'm sorry.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk, and the dedicated staff, especially Planning Department, they have been very helpful in our board activities. Namaste, that's the convention I do. Namaste. I'm also a member of Diversity and Heritage Board. And when you were talking about, there was a discussion that we should have a coordination between art and culture, recreation, and diversity. So probably that will happen in future. My name is Ram Tiwari, and I have been living in Pembroke Pines long time, since 1988. And I'm a proud resident of the city of Pembroke Pines, as has been said before. I know city of Pembroke Pines has been honored with numerous awards, recognitions, and especially it is being an all-America city, one of the top 100 best places to live. Why am I telling this? Because that does impact the Environmental Advisory Board. So as the chair of the Environmental Advisory Board, it is my pleasure and honor to present the annual report to you all. I hope you have a copy of our annual report.
Yes.
So I'm not going to repeat that. And here I have the vice mayor and 2 board members here. So I'm really thankful they could come, though it was a difficult time. The city is diverse with approximately 45% population identified as Hispanic or Latino. And I really think the mayoral leadership, along with the city commission as a whole, made this Pembroke Pines a best place to raise the children. So thank you, city commission. Mayor, EAB member enthusiastically discussed several problems outlined in your survey of the residents. We took your survey, which you did before elections, and we discussed all those, and we thought those were really good point for discussion, and we included those in our monthly meetings. Recycling and trash services, flooding, traffic, parks, and so on. So those we did discuss in our meeting. And the report which has been shared with you, we have some recommendations for you, which we do every year. Let me share some. I mean, we are focusing on sustainability because that's the thing which will sustain this city and our environment. 3 goals of sustainability are economic well-being, environmental protection, and social well-being. So when we consider any topic, we always keep in mind that what impact will it have. A sustainable solid waste management is needed, and in that aspect, EAB supports City Resolution 2024 R13 for no incinerator. And the board is very thankful because Vice Mayor Tom Good attended 2 meetings where he gave the background why we are saying no incinerator. I was also happy that our Representative Bartleman introduced a House Bill 455 Comprehensive Waste Reduction and Recycling Plan, and EAB did discuss what should be the best approach for solid waste management, which is environmentally balanced and resource optimized, because we are really focusing on environment and resource optimization. EPA energy, I think, is a good thing: reduce, reuse, recycle, and beneficial use of the residue. Topics discussed: zero waste, composting. Actually, we met yesterday and we did talk about composting. And the idea was that we should start even in the school and other places, or even in our parks. Food waste minimization, because a lot of food is wasted. If there could be a food donation program, sorry. So food waste minimization, and there could be a donation program where our restaurants could donate the food. Plastic-free business. I mean, I go to Aldi where you go with your own bag. So that's something. And Miami-Dade has a plastic-free 305 where the businesses are participating in that, and they are saying that this is a good plan. Air pollution issues, traffic, and importantly, the North Perry Airport study. And again, Vice Mayor Tom Good, you were instrumental. And so we are hoping our Vice Mayor is also involved in study of North Perry Airport. Water quality issues, forever chemicals, you might have a PFAS, because that's the focus now. Wastewater, biosolids, odor, and all those things. As you can see that our board encompasses different areas. Heat islands. I think May was the hottest month on record. And there was a Wall Street Journal where they have listed all the cities where Pembroke Pines was also, that what will be in so many years, how much temperature could increase. So that is also. As you can see that these activities require a coordination with different departments of the city. Because like I was looking, that when we were recycling, what was the solid waste? What was the recycling? What happened after recycling? What is the tonnage? So we know what happened when we stopped recycling. And for that, I had to run different departments. So we are recommending, and as we have recommended in the past, that city should hire a sustainability coordinator, because that will deal with water, wastewater, solid waste, recycling, and biosolids, all those kind of things. So as we have done in the past, we are again requesting the city commission that there should be a sustainability coordinator hired, which could focus on sustainability. There could be a sustainability strategic plan. We have a green plan, but there could be a sustainability strategic plan for the city of Pembroke Pines. Do you want me to read those recommendations which you have included in your annual report?
We have them in the report.
So I'm asking that, yes, we do that recommendations every year. And then we wait for some action, and then next annual report comes in. This request for a sustainability coordinator we have been doing for past 2-3 years. And it didn't happen. And probably, I think it is a time, at this time, we should think about that. If you can reclassify a position or you can create a new position, even we shared that what could be the recommendations of a coordinator. So our board is very much willing and work with maybe HR, with the, whoever the budget group or something, but we do need a sustainability coordinator. I mean, other cities, Fort Lauderdale, other, they have. And so ultimately, my one request will be, on behalf of the board, that please have a sustainability coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, and I'll be having that conversation with the city manager.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for everything that you do. I remember when the environmental board was the landscape board.
Yes, yes.
And I'm very, very glad that, that the role of this important committee has had expanded, and you've done great work with it, and I'm very, very thankful to all of you. Commissioners, anything?
I did want to ask in your, by the way, thank you for your work. In your previous recommendations, and this is more towards the manager because we had been speaking about this, exploring partnerships with whether it's Florida Power and Light or other electric vehicle providers to provide EV charging stations. I think the bad news is, speaking of preemption, that the state is possibly preempting municipalities from installing. And Mr. Manager, I know we spoke about this. I don't know if the governor signed the bill or not. But my understanding was that they were, in fact, going to try to preempt cities, which I think is pretty outrageous, to allow cities to actually incentivize a certain amount. Do you have a lot of info on that bill? Because I haven't read it. I just know it's out there.
I have not read, but we can get a copy of that through city attorney. Needleman, she attends our meetings and she always gives legislative update. So maybe we can ask her for that. And
Okay.
as Commissioner Jay said, this home rule and the Tallahassee, this thing will always continue. But somehow we have to manage. So thank you.
I appreciate that. I had one more question.
Yeah.
The Miami Beach ordinance that you referenced, 2019-4252. I know it has to do with, it says here, new definitions to land development code. I know that was one of your recommendations. Do you
Yeah.
think you could, I know, I hate to put you on the spot, but could you summarize it just a bit?
I will rely on planning and zoning staff because they are more well-versed in
Or I
that.
could ask them for a report on
Yeah,
it. I'm just
please.
interested in that.
Yeah, yeah.
And to your point on sustainability, I mean, down in, I know other cities, Fort Lauderdale is one of them, but Miami-Dade County actually created a chief heat officer because of the fact that, well, I mean, you said in your town hall, we measure rain in inches, well, we measure heat in thermometers, and we know that it's getting hotter.
Yeah.
And that was one of their county mayors, not the one I worked for, the one after. But that's what she was incorporating into their planning. I'm not saying that's something you do at the municipal level, but I understand why it is that you're asking about sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And
Commissioner Schwartz?
I just want to say shade coefficient. It's something that's disappearing in the city of Pembroke Pines. How many years you been here now, Ram?
I'm in the city
Yeah, in the city, yeah.
since 1988.
So you and I remember when Flamingo Road didn't have a guardrail on it. So, and there were a lot of trees in Pembroke Pines. So when we lived here in the late 80s, we used to have to tell people when they asked, where do you live? They said, well, we live west of Hollywood because no one knew where Pembroke Pines was, right? Now we are known as the hottest city in Broward County. That is a true statement. You just take a look at any of the weather stations. We are like the hottest in Broward County. And that only happens with one thing: emissivity, concrete, asphalt, metal. That's how that happens. So I know that our Planning and Zoning Board and our Board of Adjustment and our code enforcement do everything we can to protect the environment and get more shade trees. The work that you're doing and you and the board is essential. Again, if there's something that rises to the level of need, don't wait till June. Bring it here, okay? If you come across articles, send it to us. If you have a quorum issue, It's our responsibility to ensure that your members are there so you can meet. Okay? Again, thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you, and I also acknowledge my team members because they have been very instrumental.
Excellent job.
Thank you.
And for those in the audience that are waiting for the regular city commission meeting to start, with your indulgence, we have board night once a year. And we have one more board to present, and then we will start our meeting. The arts board, please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Rose Colombo. I'm Chair of the Arts and Culture Advisory Board. With me tonight are my fellow board members who I'd like to introduce quickly. Loveliest group of ladies ever. I have Gloria Pierce, Karen Corin, Kid Jordan, and Anise Rodriguez. And we also have two other members who are not present, Margot Mercado and Naomi Maribel, who are on the board but not with us. We have a full board. We just have a couple of alternate spots that are empty. Okay, I'll start with the Frank Art Gallery. It really has exceeded the art board's wildest dreams, and it continues to flourish under the direction of Sophie Burnett, our chief curator at the Frank, and also at the Studio 18 Art Complex. The Frank offers workshops, field trips, and special events such as movie screenings and music events on the plaza. The gallery has hosted an amazing array of visual art exhibitions, including national and international artists, and we are very proud that children and family-themed events are a regular part of the cultural offerings at the Frank. Some of the art events that were held at the Frank include 3 major exhibits: Silent Narrator, Curious Spectator in January, Inhabited in March, and in October we had America the Beautiful, which was the amazing artwork of acclaimed photographer Clyde Butcher. Some of the children events that reoccur during the year at the Frank included Mellow Mornings, Storytime Hour, Summer Soiree, the Teen Art Club, and Oliver Jeffers book events. Some of the special events the Frank organized were Movie Night on the Plaza, Savor the Sounds concerts, which included a live painting artist, the Holiday Market, and the Family Day. The Frank supports artists in all stages of their careers with various lectures, panel discussion, and hands-on workshops. The next is Studio 18 Art Complex. Continues to be a hub for emerging and established artists to cultivate their skills. Some of the events held at Studio 18 includes Got Culture, which celebrates art and diversity. They had their visual art exhibits included Grounded in February and Chance Encounters in July. The 18th annual art competition was held at Studio 18. This competition included 141 pieces of art created by 84 artists who participated. Awards were given in 8 categories, and Sorali Nerstein's beautiful painting, Vita Tropical, was chosen at the 2023 Art Festival poster. Some of the other events also include Coffee and Create workshops. The Studio 18 also held numerous lectures, workshops that engage the community and are always working to advance the careers of emerging artists. The Pembroke Pines Art and Culture Center offers many engaging programs for children of our community, including violin, vocal and guitar lessons, musical theater classes, and guitar and piano lessons. Pipi Topas, who was founded over 30 years ago, continues to present shows featuring all-star South Florida performers at the Susan B. Katz Theater. The shows for this season included Pippin, Broadway Throughout the Years, and 12 Angry Men. The Storybook Festival, which is co-sponsored by the city and the regional library, was held on November 18th. It is a delightful children's event that included a book giveaway, a costume parade, face painting, and a craft tent. The Art and Musical Fest in Pembroke Pines was held on November 4th and 5th at City Center, and it was the 25th anniversary of our art festival. It featured something for everyone. The Frank held 2 workshops, Magnificent Manatees, and a multimedia painting workshop. Live music was featured on stage all weekend, and an interactive belly dancing performance was enjoyed by all. The festival also included food trucks, an arts and crafts station, the Color Bubble, face painting, and balloon twisting. Our 6th annual student art competition, which is part of the festival, was a huge success. It featured the work of students at the Pembroke Pines schools and students who also attend our recreational programs. 228 works of art were on display at City Center lobby, and each grade level was given cash awards. The 2-day festival included diverse live entertainment, a digital festival booklet. Our awards breakfast was held Sunday morning at the beautiful mezzanine here at City Center, and awards were given to the artists in 12 categories. The Cultural Arts Department was very successful in obtaining sponsorship for the festival. Some of the other very successful events and projects completed throughout the year by the Recreation and Cultural Arts Department included Spring into Music and Art Children's Show, Summer Art and Drama Camps, Summer Symphony Series, the Art, Culture, and Entertainment Guide, Family Film Fest at the Susan B. Katz Theater, Honoring Veterans Portrait Projects. One of their other accomplishments was a $100,000 grant was received from the Florida Department of Arts and Culture for programming at the Franken Studio 18. On April 17th, at the April 17th Commission meeting, Linda Flynn with the Cultural Planning Group presented a public art master plan. The art board is very hopeful and ready to assist in any way to see this project come to fruition.
Yes.
The art board wishes to extend our sincere appreciation to Christine Sorensen, Holly Bonkowski. What would we be without Holly? She's amazing. And the entire recreation and cultural staff. Lastly, of course, we wish to thank the City Commission. You have always supported the arts, and it's been an ongoing support, and we're very grateful. Thank you.
And we're very grateful for you and for everything that you do to help Pembroke Pines be a better place. And the work that you do is loved by the residents and very much appreciated. Commissioners, any questions? Thank you so very, oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
I'm sorry, it's not a question, just a real quick comment. I do get an opportunity to see the Arts and Cultural Board in action. I can say 2 things very clearly about the members of the Arts and Cultural Board. They move together as a unified group, very supportive, and they are exceptionally supportive of our staff. And I believe that that is what makes them a great success and a great attribute to our city. So thank you, Arts and Cultural Board, for all that you do for us.
Thank all of you.
Here, here. Commissioner Rodriguez?
I also just wanted to echo a big thank you because a lot of these events, even before being on the dais, I was able to participate in some earlier this year. And it's just kind of like a hidden gem at times. Studio 18 is a little east of where I'm at. So but I do, whenever I get to travel, really, have a great time seeing just how much talent there is that we host here in Pembroke Pines. So I want to thank you guys for all of that you do and for working so well with our staff here as well, because I think it's that connection that really helps things move forward. And this is a great little booklet. I'm going to try to post as much as I can about this because I really do like the story times that are coming up. Those family oriented activities are great because we do have a rather young, family community here, and those seem like great events.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. And with that, that concludes board night. Thank you so very, very much. We're ready to begin the regular meeting of the June 5th, 2024 City Commission meeting. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Good,
I'm here.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Here.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Here.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Here.
Mayor Castillo,
Here.
City Manager Dodge,
Here.
City Attorney Horowitz.
I'm here.
Ladies
We
and
have a
gentlemen,
quorum.
if you would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, which tonight will be led by the brass ensemble group of the Pembroke Pines Charter High School under the student leader Aiden Carnero, who will play, and they will play the national anthem when we're finished with the pledge. When you're ready. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You're on. Thank you so very much. You may be seated. We have presentations. Is Mr. Peter Daniel here? Please come forward. This is a proclamation of the city of Pembroke Pines, Florida, Peter A. Daniels' retirement. Whereas we are here today to express our appreciation to Division Chief Peter A. Daniel and to honor him for his distinguished 21-year career with the United States Border Patrol. And whereas Peter began his career with the United States Border Patrol on August 11th, 2002, as a Border Patrol agent in Deming, New Mexico. Yes, sir. And has worked under 6 chiefs. And whereas Peter has held many important roles within the United States Border Patrol while advancing through the ranks. His most recent assignment was as acting Deputy Chief Patrol Agent of Miami Sector Border Patrol Headquarters in Pembroke Pines, Florida. And whereas previous departmental awards include Meritorious Service Award, as well as numerous letters of commendation from local law enforcement and supervisors. Now therefore, I, Angelo Castillo, Mayor of the City of Pembroke Pines, and on behalf of the City Commissioners, do hereby recognize Peter A. Daniel on his retirement and express our sincere appreciation to Peter for his loyalty to the City of Pembroke Pines and to his nation over the past 10 years, and wish him much happiness as he begins this new chapter in his life. Congratulations. Okay, now we have announcement of the winner of the District 1 Natalie Belmonte Great Yard Awards for May 2024.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, it is our pleasure to announce the winner of the May 2024 District 1 Natalie Belmonte Great Yards Award, Ms. Marcia Blake.
Congratulations. Turn that around so they can get a picture.
Mayor?
Mayor, you can see she's done a fantastic job on her lawn. Everything's very meticulous. These, believe it or not, these pictures did not do this property justice.
Wow.
So we'd like to thank our code compliance office for helping us to find many of these Great Yards Award winners. And if you'd like to nominate a Great Yards Award, you can go on our website and nominate anyone in your district. Thank
Do
you.
you do the yard work yourself? What's the secret?
It's just nature. I have it within.
You have it within. And it shows. And it shows. Congratulations.
Mr. Mayor?
and thanks
Mr. Mayor,
so much. Yes,
May I say a few words, please?
please.
Yes, I just want to say that this award couldn't have gone to a better person. Ms. Marcia, as you can see, is a very humble, but she is over the last 11 years is taking a yard that it was in shambles and turns it into an award-winning yard. And I got to tell you, she does everything herself. I mean, it is incredible what she has done. So the value of this award to her is highly meaningful because she didn't pay to have that done. She did it with her own hands, her own sweat, her own time, whenever she has time. And I just want to also recognize Ms. Marcia for being a hero in our community because she is a 25-year battle-worn teacher
Wow.
who continues to educate our children in the high schools. And so, Mr. Mayor, I want to say, when I talked the other day in the meeting about how this award has really generated a little energy, the neighborhood attitude around Ms. Marcia is amazing. She's got amazing neighbors, and they're even here today to support her. She's not here by herself. She's here with her neighbors. And so thank you so much for being one of the best residents we could ever have, Ms. Marcia. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, if you would, could you join us down here for a picture? Okay. And now we are going to announce the winner of the 2024 Spring Florida Prepaid Scholarship Raffle, sponsored by the Pembroke Pines Charter School Foundation. Someone today is going to get a free college education. What do you think of that? All right. Notice how the mayor doesn't pick. And the winner is Cameron Dunkley. Is that you? Can you read that?
Sure. From the Pembroke Pines Charter High School, he's an 11th grader, so what a time to get the scholarship. This is a 4-year Florida prepaid scholarship for a 4-year university here in the state of Florida, so.
Wow, congratulations, Cameron, you're going to college. Fantastic. And I believe that's it, correct? Ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, very sad to acknowledge the passing of city volunteer Fran Shapiro. Please acknowledge the passing of one of our dear senior volunteers, Fran Shapiro, who used to be a great city resident, helped at the reception desk at both the old city hall and at the new city hall. Fran was always a joy to be with. She had a great sense of humor and a great love for the city of Pembroke Pines. She is missed by her family, her daughters Lily and Amanda. Fran is also missed by her city family and volunteers in Pembroke Pines. May she rest in peace, Fran. I had a chat with Maureen Graham, our city clerk, and she said that during COVID, she missed us so much that she used to just sit in City Hall Park. And she used to come every day and just sit there because she missed volunteering for us so much. What a sweet and wonderful human being she was, and she will be greatly missed. A moment of silence, please. Fran Shapiro. Thank you very, very much. I also want to take a moment to say that today, Vice Mayor Good and I were both on a conference call. The U.S. Conference of Mayors had a conference call on PFAS, and PFAS is a growing concern throughout the United States and here in Pembroke Pines as well. The EPA made a presentation where they talked about their goals, actions, and accomplishments at the federal level to restrict the continued use of any PFAS-related chemicals, remediation efforts, and research efforts to actually understand what risks are involved. In addition, Mr. Dodge, I think I mentioned to you that the administration has set aside $4 billion nationwide for PFAS remediation. And that is certainly something that we will be looking at. My understanding is that the city of Pembroke Pines is in the middle now of a consultant analysis of our water treatment systems and of our water. And while there is no immediate threat to anyone, we need to figure out a way, as every community does, to free ourselves of any trace of PFAS in our water. And I believe, City Manager, you'll be ready to talk to us about this sometime in September or October?
Yes, Mayor. Will be.
We'll just have the report back.
And I want to thank you, Vice Mayor, for being on the call as well. It was attended by about, I guess it was about 80 mayors. Yes, sir. Did you have anything to add on?
No, I was just going to say that my representation was, because I am a member of the Environmental Natural Resources Advisory Committee for the National League of Cities. And this has been a very challenging problem, not just here in South Florida, but throughout the nation. And so I can say that the mayor spoke very well at that meeting. He held some of the EPA administrators to the fire in regards to what they are going to do at the local level. And I can tell you that this is a joint issue for the local, the state, and the federal level in order to address it. And for those of you who don't know what PFAS is, it's typically the Teflon pots and pans that you have. It's the no iron clothing that you wear. It's the foam that puts out fires. So, we have a couple of big chemical companies that made these for a lot of years. We didn't know a lot about it, but now we're finding out about it and we're finding solutions to the problem as well. And the easiest thing to fix, actually, believe it or not, is our drinking water. So this stuff is actually in a lot of different places, and you'll probably be hearing more about it too. So, but again, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your comments that you made today to the EPA administrators.
Okay, items at the request of the public. I have 4 items here. First speaker will be Dan Olanza. Mr. Lanza, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak, and if you could start, please, with your name and address. That's fine. Hold on one second. There's a button there. I have to restart this. There's a button there that says speak. Okay.
Muy buenas tardes, estimados comisionados. Mi nombre es Darío.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Darío.
Estoy aquí con mis compañeros de trabajo para defender mis derechos como trabajador de construcción. Trabajé aquí en la ciudad de Pembroke Pines, en los departamentos de Airport, como carpintero para la compañía Coast Construction y el dueño Alex Ríos por 4 semanas y trabajé diariamente por 10 horas cada día.
I'm here with my coworkers to defend my rights as a construction worker. I worked here in the city of Pembroke Pines on the apartments of Heron Pond as a carpenter for the company Cost Construction and the owner Alex Rios for 4 weeks. And we worked really hard, 10 hours each day.
Tengo una hija y una esposa y el propósito de ayudar a mi familia, a mí personalmente me debe casi $2,000. Trabajé que yo hice aquí que es todavía no ha pagado. Todos los compañeros de trabajo, Alex Ríos nos debe aproximadamente $35,000.
I have a daughter and a spouse, and I have the goal of helping my family. For me personally, Alex owes me more than or close to $2,000 for the work that I did that up to today he has not paid. And all of us as coworkers who did this work for Alex Rios, he owes us more than $35,000.
Trabajamos hasta el 23 de diciembre del año pasado, casi hasta Navidad, esperando el pago que él nos debe. Sin el pago no pudimos celebrar ni ayudar a nuestras familias. Ese tipo de robos de salario es algo que no podemos aceptar como una comunidad. Es un crimen bien grave y estamos aquí como seres humanos y merecemos respeto, dignidad y reconocimiento por el trabajo que hicimos.
We worked up until December 23rd of last year, almost until Christmas. waiting for him to pay us. Without our pay, we weren't able to celebrate or help our families. This kind of wage theft is something that we should not accept as a community. It's a very serious crime, and we're here as human beings who deserve respect, dignity, and recognition for the work that we do.
Estamos aquí para pedirles a todos ustedes, estimados funcionarios electos, que nos ayuden con nuestra justa causa, para que podamos recibir salarios que Alex Río nos debe y que podamos prevenir este tipo de abuso en el futuro aquí en la ciudad de Pembroke Pines. Gracias por su tiempo y por escucharnos.
We are here to ask all of you for help as elected officials to help us with our just cause so that we can receive the wages that Alex Rios owes us and so that we can prevent this kind of abuse in the future here in the city of Pembroke Pines. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Muchísimas gracias. We understand you completely. And Ms. City Attorney, if you could, on behalf of the City Commission, contact the receiver at the Heron Pond. This facility, this housing complex is in receivership, and it is under the jurisdiction and supervision of the courts. And we will let them know that Donald Lanza, Ramon Granera, and Efrian Molina came to see us to talk about how unfair it is that they did work and that they weren't paid. This is something that we're happy to do for you. It is for them to pay you, and it is for the courts to deal with this. However, we have listened very, very carefully to what you have to say. We're incredibly sorry that anything like this has happened in Pembroke Pines. Y te considero mucho con esto. And I want to thank you for your eloquence and you for your translation. I want to thank you all for coming forward. The next speaker will be Lorna Carbonell. You were all here with the same issue, right? Okay, thank you. Name and address for the record.
Hi, good evening. Lana Carbonell, 627 Southwest 168 Terrace, Pembroke Pines, Florida, 33027. The reason I'm here this evening is to have something corrected on the minutes for the May 15th meeting. And I didn't say anything the night of the meeting because A, I was taken back, and B, it wasn't, I don't think, the appropriate time. And then C, when we were at dinner that evening and my grandchildren looked at me and made a comment, I realized that it was important for me to come forward and to make sure that the record was set straight and that the truth was told and put on public record. So and by the way, congratulations, Commissioner Hernandez. Commissioner Schwartz had asked a question to every commissioner, and his question was, did you call every candidate and did you speak with them? And Vice Mayor Good said on record that he called every single candidate and that he also had a very lengthy conversation with every candidate. Now, I can only speak for myself, but I did not receive a phone call, a text, an email, a message, nothing. So there was no way that he could have had a lengthy conversation with every single candidate. And at dinner, when your grandchildren look at you and say, Grammy, I didn't think that Mr. Good called you. I said he didn't. And I have raised my family, my children, my grandchildren to be honest, to tell the truth. And I needed to be an example for them that when truths aren't told, we need to set the record straight. So I'm not looking for excuses, explanations, nothing. I'm here on my own behalf to make sure that the record is set straight, that that comment was not a truthful comment. And again, I'm only here to talk for myself. And I want to thank you for this time, and you all have a great night. That was all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I may respond for a moment, please.
If you'd like to.
Yeah, I would just ask that if anybody's going to question my credibility, they can do a public records request on my phone log, and they will find at least 2 phone calls that went unanswered. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Commission order to report? Anything?
No, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Appeals of board adjustment decisions?
No, Mayor.
Announcement of board and committee appointments?
We have a board announcement.
Commission-
No board announcement, Mayor.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes, I have an announcement to appoint Ms. Doris Gonzalez to the Planning and Zoning Board for my district.
Wonderful. Is Ms. Gonzalez here? Will you step forward, please? There's a button there that you push. You're on.
Thank you so much.
Name and
Commissioner.
address for the record, please.
Doris Gonzalez, 2726 Northwest 18th Court. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner.
Congratulations to you. I know that you do a lot of work in Pembroke Falls, is it?
I do. I live in Pembroke Falls. I'm a president of my phase and I'm a member of the master board.
And how long have you lived in Pembroke Pines?
I've lived in Pembroke Pines since 2000, but in Pembroke Falls since 2015.
Wow. Well, congratulations to you. You have a wonderful board to work with, and I look forward to hearing great things. All the best.
I look forward to working with you all and working for our community and the board. Thank
Thank
you.
Mayor,
Thank you so much.
Mayor.
I think, didn't you just earn your doctorate?
MBA.
Okay,
That may be next.
congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. I wanted to say congrats also. We did have a lengthy conversation about what the goals are for the person appointed to this board from District 3. And I really appreciate you stepping forward to work for your community. And I hope you take leadership in the board as well, if you see fit. And in any, regard, thank you so much for stepping up. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. Thank you.
Great
Thank you,
choice.
everyone. Good night.
Great choice, Commissioner. Congratulations.
Mayor,
Yes,
we do have another announcement by Commissioner Schwartz.
yes, Commissioner Short.
City Clerk, you can read it into the record.
Commissioner D. Short has inquired and received the following legal opinion from the city attorney. Section 32005 of the city code provides that advisory board members serve at the pleasure of the appointing commissioner or until the appointing member vacates his or her office. There is nothing to suggest that you are unable to continually review applications for board appointments and make changes to your appointees as you deem necessary and appropriate. Now, therefore, Commissioner J.D. Short has informed administration in the individual capacity of commissioner under the authority granted through the charter and ordinances of the city to advertise all District 2 appointments to the city's advisory boards on an ongoing basis and to continuously provide the District 2 Commissioner with all interested applicants seeking appointment to the city's advisory board.
Okay. Consent agenda consists of items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 was pulled, correct?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so it's items 1 through 9. What's your pleasure? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Consent agenda is moved by Commissioner Rodriguez. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Hernandez. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Joe, the consent agenda is adopted unanimously. Second reading ordinances, city attorney.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Commission. For the record, the item is proposed ordinance 2024-02, an ordinance of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, pursuant to Section 8.03 of the City of Pembroke Pines Charter, authorizing the execution of an agreement to enter into a sublease attached to Exhibit A and incorporated herein by reference for the real property generally located at 8103 South Palm Drive, that's Tower 1, 8210 Florida Drive is Tower 2, and 8203 Florida Drive is Tower 3, collectively referred to as Pines Place and described in Exhibit B, which is the property subleased by the city from the State of Florida Department of Children and Family Services and owned by the State of Florida to the Board of Trustees of the Internal Trust Fund of the State of Florida. Authorizing the closing of the transaction contemplated in the agreement effective upon the filing by the city manager with the city clerk of a certificate confirming that the closing requirements in the agreement have been satisfied, the form of which is attached to Exhibit C, subject to the terms and conditions as set forth in the agreement. Authorizing the proper city officials to execute any and all documents necessary and to take any and all actions necessary to close the transaction consistent with the authority granted herein, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. On the floor for consideration, Mayor Commission.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion made by Commissioner Rodriguez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hernandez. Any discussion? Vice Mayor, you're recognized.
Mr. Mayor, so, I am, wanting to sort of reiterate some of the things that we spoke about on the first reading. So just giving a quick background on this particular item. So years ago, the city of Pembroke Pines built Pines Place, and it was intended for senior and affordable housing. And over the years, we've been very successful in being able to attract folks who have a need for very affordable housing, who are pretty much on the low income side. And, you know, I know it's expensive to manage a facility, you know, when you own 600 unit complex. There's a constant maintenance requirement, and it's important for us to be able to maintain those at a high level because that's what people expect of us. So now we have somebody that has come along and said, hey, you know, housing, we recognize it's a big issue, not just in the city of Pembroke Pines, but in the state of Florida and in the nation. And they stepped out and they became bold and they said, listen, we like to participate in this and we think we can do some good too. And so they came to the city and said, well, we'd like to purchase that Pines Place from the city and run it ourselves. And so there was, you know, it's an unsolicited engagement that turned out to be apparently a very good business deal for the city. It's a property that's on the state of Florida land, which is the Howard Foreman Human Services Center campus. Thank you, sir. And you know, we leased that land from the state for, I think we got about another 60 plus years left on that lease. So we don't even own the land, but we do own the building. And that's what's being sold, is the building. And the business deal, what happens, it turns out to be over a 60-year period, a $30 million profit to the city. So the city is able to release its debt and is able to retrieve a $30 million. So I do applaud the city for, you know, looking out for the best business deal. But I want to focus a little bit more on what are some of the priorities in Broward County. And those priorities are on affordable housing. And when you take a look at the Pines Place, it serves, again, lower income folks. How important is housing? Some of us might remember here recently, we had a City of Hollywood just opened up a couple of affordable housing for, the lower end of, people with income. I believe it's on Taft or Johnson Street, right around 441. And when they opened up their units for rent for people in the lower range of the affordability, they had 21,000 applications for what was probably around 300 units. Incredible. So here we are with we have a unit, a facility very similar to that, and the deal is, well, they're still going to hold them affordable, which is good, right? We have this term, it's called AMI. Let me say what AMI is. It's the average median income. That means when you hear a number on the average median income, that means there are 50% of the people below and 50% of the people above. So we talk about what is currently being housed at the Pines Place. Well, we have we have several people that are less than what they call 80% of the average median income. And the deal is that everybody who's under that has to come up to the 80% level within the first 5 years. And then after 10 years, they can go from 80% to the affordability range. And that's affordable housing or workforce housing. And we heard those terms, right? Affordable housing, workforce housing, right? But there's actually a difference in that terminology, because affordable housing takes you up to 120% of the average median income, and workforce housing takes you up to 140% of the average median income, and 140% is near market rate. So why is that important? Why am I saying that? So I did read some of the appraisals, and very interestingly found some statistics that are very interesting. The average median income right now in Broward County, I believe it's around, I don't know, it's 61, 62, maybe $63,000. For a family of two, they average 50% of the people are making less than 62,000, and 50% of people are making more than 62,000. So 80% of that is a little less. So one of the things that I asked if the city clerk can do me a favor and pull those pages up for me. So this was a appraisal report for this purchase. And what I'd like to do is just, are we on page 26 or? Yeah, so right here. So what's important is to take a look at these data points, right? So you have 3 columns, actually 4 columns. The first column is basically telling you what the data measuring. And then the other three columns is you have a 1 mile radius around the Pines Place. You have 3 mile radius around the Pines Place and 5 mile radius around the Pines Place. So I'd like to point out what is the 2022 population. So the 2022 population, which is just 2 years ago. So if you're within 1 mile of the Pines Center or the Pines Place, there's 20,000 people. If you go 3 miles, it's 197. If you go 5 miles, only 5 miles, you're almost 500,000 people. Can we please go to page 27? So I want to bring your attention to the median household income. So within 1 mile, you have the median income of 56,000, which is less than the average. In 3 miles, you have the average median income is 64. In 5 miles, you have 63,000. That means 500,000 people in a 5 mile radius of this housing facility, 250,000 people are making less than $63,000 as a family. So how important is affordability to us? It's pretty important. To me, it's a priority. But again, I understand that there's a need to balance because, the city needs to, ensure that it's financially stable as well too. So when I look at this, the very first thing I think is, well, I really don't think we should give it up, but I know where we are. It's a hard balance. But I'd like for my colleagues to consider something for a moment here, and that's the deal that was made. So we have a $30 million profit that's being made on this particular transaction. And I would like to see if there's a way that we can yield a little bit of profit, not all of it, but some of it. Because right now the deal says at 10 years, they're going to be able to go from 80% of the average median income of what you see right here to 120% or 140%. That means that families are going to have to make anywhere between, upwards of $90,000 plus in order to be able to afford this place. It's still in the affordability range, right? It's still within the workforce housing. We're still, it's still affordable, but it's affordable to people who have more money. So I'd like to ask my colleagues if they would consider us kind of putting this on hold for just a moment, allowing a little bit of a renegotiation where we can take some amount of the profit, call it $10 million, and that's not what I'm saying, but just for instance, take $10 million profit and ask for a guarantee of 20 years instead of 10 of an 80% AMI. So we are guaranteed that at least we can hold it below the, within a low and affordable range for 20 years by just giving up some of the profit, but yet we still get profit and we don't hold the debt. So I would like to ask my colleagues if they would like to consider, if you would consider us going back to the table, giving up a little bit of profit for more years of guarantee of holding the rates at 80% of the average median income.
Vice Mayor, if I could, I think we should all have our turn to speak about this, but I remember when I was on the commission when Pines Place was built. And I remember the conditions under which this was created. This was not a low-income housing development. This was not 50% of median income. It was not 30% of median income. In fact, I recall Commissioner Schechter saying that there had to be an income minimum in order to move in to this location. Excuse me, I'm taking my jacket off. It's a little warm in here. The adjusted median income for this building has always been 80% of median income. Is that correct, Mr. Dutch? 80% of median income?
As far as the workforce affordability, yes, it's set at the county and state standard at 80%.
Okay, so it's 80% of median income is who basically lives there now. And in the fullness of time, they will get to about 120% of median income. But no one who's currently living there now would be displaced.
That's correct.
And all of the residents in the future would come from the city of Pembroke Pines unless they had a unit that we couldn't fill from a waiting list.
That is correct.
So this facility will continue to operate as if we operated it, correct?
Yes.
And
As far as the criteria.
except we won't own it. We will have this cash. And with that cash, we can build more housing, which is a pressing need in the city. I would not have been supportive of letting this property go if the conditions weren't so favorable in terms of holding the status quo on the building the way it is now. By the way, they're going to invest a whole bunch of money into it that we currently do not have in reserve. And I think that's great. They're going to end up with better housing than the city of Pembroke Pines can afford to provide them. And we will then have cash flow that we can pyramid into another affordable housing project. I would not have supported it under any other circumstance. So what I think is important is that we sort of understand what the sequence of events are. No one that currently lives there will be displaced. If I had heard that anyone was being displaced, I would have said no to it when I heard it. No one will change the income range. The income range is set. The same income range that we have operated under, they will operate under. They will end up getting better housing going into the future than we could afford to provide them. And then we have a set of money that allow us to build more housing, which I have to tell you is a very expensive undertaking. Very, very expensive undertaking, particularly in a city in a forward real estate market such as ours. So I have to tell you that I believe it was 400 people that went to the community meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Dodge?
There are a little over 300.
A little over 300
residents.
people came to the community meeting, and they walked away pretty pleased by the presentation that that they were given. That's the report I got from staff. So I have to tell you that if we're going to build additional affordable housing and not tax the residents more to pay for it, this is the kind of transaction that we want. And I have to tell you that, city attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, passing this on second ordinance will require 4 votes, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
So we have to have 4 votes in order to make this thing happen. And I'm going to vote in favor of it because no resident will be hurt. All future residents will be from the city of Pembroke Pines. The income levels will make this an affordable facility going forward. It will be much more attractive and nicer to live in. And we can get, with the sales proceeds, we can build more housing, which is a desperate need, as Vice Mayor has indicated, throughout the city. So,
Mayor,
that's the way I see it.
if I could ask the manager, first I want to thank Mr. Dodge for sitting with me for over an hour explaining this particular process. But I know you mentioned amenities, Mayor. Mr. Manager, could you, for the record, mention what some of those amenities are that they have committed to bringing online?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Mr. Elliott is here who met with the residents, and I think it would be better if he put on the record
You come forward.
exactly what was said. Mr.
And answer the
Elliott White.
Commissioner's question. Thank you. Your name and affiliation for the record, please.
Elliot White, 35 Pearl Road, Saugus, Mass. I'm the managing principal of a company called Hayden Glade.
Okay, proceed. Commissioner had a question.
So there was, the manager and I spoke, but again, I know the answers, but I just, for the benefit of the record, what were some of the amenities that you had committed to bringing online in this community?
Sure. So, Commissioner, we look at the amenities three different ways. There's deferred maintenance that needs to be addressed. Specifically, the stucco and the roof are failing at the property right now. Some of you may know it's an ongoing construction project. It's about 8.6 million that needs to be done in stucco repairs and about 1.2 in roof. So not an amenity, but a very important thing to ensure the viability of the housing stock. The second would be exterior amenities upgrades. So a lot of things like adding dog parks. A lot of the residents have dogs there. Improving the lighting and security at the property, improving intercom systems, adding some type of water feature. We're looking at either adding a pool or a splash pad. We're still figuring out the right massing on the site, what will be allowed as retention ponds, but it's too hot in Florida for me sometimes. And so
For me too.
Okay. And I imagine the residents would appreciate something like that. So we actually were at the property before we came here tonight to take another look at where we can put that. We're going to be doing things like adding a business center where we can do computer class training, ongoing education, things like that for the residents. We're going to be upgrading the common areas. There's a lot of space in that property that is not currently being utilized that really should be utilized for the resident benefit. Even little things like adding really high capacity washing machines. There's been some feedback from residents. So it's looking at those kinds of things as far as physical improvements. We'll be making improvements to the units. A lot of the apartments themselves have some equipment that's pretty dated, that is perhaps original or in need of repair. So we'll be going through, working with the residents to identify a work order list to get all of those fixed and upgraded. It's a challenging process, but one that needs to be done with the residents. And then another upgrade we're making is really a service. We're going to be bringing in a resident service coordinator position. Commissioner Rodriguez and I spoke about this last time. It's an individual who's hired and works really for my company, and their only focus is to help some of the individuals who live at Pines Place access the wealth of resources that are in the community. There's often a disconnect where service providers are looking for residents, and residents maybe are unaware of the services that are in the community. We'll have a full-time employee Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, whose only job is to advocate for those residents. And then they'll be given a very sizable annual budget to do a mix of, it could be fun events, could be summer lunch programs for some of the kids. Oftentimes, school lunch during the year is the most consistent meal some children get. We're going to be doing things, fun events, could be trick-or-treating, Easter egg hunts, movie nights, but it's also going to be a mix of educational things. Bringing in folks who can work with our residents, maybe first-time homebuyer programs, but really looking at how we can improve the lives of our residents. Affordable housing is not supposed to be a permanent residence for anybody. It's really designed to be a safety net that you can go to, and then you're there for a number of years, and you can move out. And the best communities kind of help with that. So very long-winded answer, but I hope that addresses some of the concerns.
No, and I have a little bit of I'm not in housing, but I have a little bit of familiarity in how complex it is. In a previous role, I worked on the redevelopment of Liberty Square down in Miami, so I understand the difference in terms of terminology. I did want to ask, just to make sure what the mayor and the manager have said is still the same. This is for Pines residents. This isn't going to result in any kind of displacement, et cetera.
This will be for Pines residents. Unless the city is unable to provide residents for us, or for some reason no one from Pembroke Pines wants to move in. And no one will be displaced.
Okay. I did this is probably not for you, this is for the manager, but thank you. Mr. Manager, I was reviewing the 3 appraisals. The sale price on this is lump sum payment, $90 million.
That's correct.
All 3 of the appraisals for non-ad valorem only are nowhere north of 85.
Lisa Chung is here. She worked on those appraisals. Perhaps she can address that. I do know that the appraised price that we're getting is a little bit higher? I mean,
Well,
the sale
I
price-
don't need to bother Lisa. I just wanted to establish that.
Yes.
There's 3 appraisals.
We're required to have 3 appraisals.
Exactly. And of all 3 appraisals, what we are receiving as a city
Is
is
above.
$5 million above. So those are all my questions. Thank you.
Any other Commissioner Rodriguez?
Hi, thank you so much for stepping up to answer the questions. I just had a question regarding the increase that you're going to get to for till 80%. So those under 80% for the 10 years, what do you guys define as a gradual increase? Is it you're going to increase it 90% and then 10% to get to 80, or, or even it out throughout the 10 years?
So we look at the difference between what a resident may currently be paying and what the 80% rents are. We take that delta and divide that by the number of years, 5 years.
Oh, the
And
5
so you
years.
get an even incremental increase over the 5-year period.
Gotcha. And then just for clarification, will it be up to 120 or up to 140? Or
There's if I can speak to that, there's a city ordinance that governs that whole parcel. It has to be 120%, so we couldn't go to 140, even though there's 140% is kind of a HUD number, but the city had said 120% as the upper limit.
Okay, and I believe we're also bound by what Broward County sets as affordable housing.
Yeah, so Broward County will get a lot of their info from the state of Florida and from HUD, and then determine the rents. So,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Second round, Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, again, I just want to reiterate that, I understand the intentions here, and, great, that you're going to bring better amenities, better stuff to the Pines Place, but I got to tell you, I know people live there because, that's been in my district for the last 6 years. And, they're nervous right now. I don't know how anybody can come back and say, oh, they were pleased. I don't know what staff person is saying that, but I know that I received some nervous calls. People don't care about the extra amenity. They don't care about the high capacity washer and dryer machine, man. They want to be able to live. We keep talking about Pines preference, right? Pines preference. It's not a guarantee. It's not written in the contract. It specifically is not written in the contract only for Pembroke Pines. It's Pines preference. And as you stated, if the city can, make those people available to you. But the word that's left out is those people who can afford to live there are made available to you.
Vice Mayor, if I could, Mr. City Attorney, is that correct? Is it a preference or is it a requirement? Or what is the language? Because I want to make sure that Vice Mayor is satisfied.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I believe our conversation was a preference.
Correct.
When we built those apartments many years ago, there never was a preference. And there were a number of people that moved into the senior housing that weren't Pines residents at the time. But our concern and what you had expressed to me, that we fill all of the applicants. And if there's a lot of applicants looking for affordable housing, I'm sure we can fill them with Pines residents. But if there's 10 units and there's no one living, a resident in the Pines that has applied for that, then certainly it could be open to anyone else that.
If there's no one on the list.
If there's no one else on.
Let me ask it a different way in order to help the Vice Mayor with this question, because it's a very important question. On behalf of you're familiar with the language in the contract on this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On behalf of your firm, are you saying that you interpret that language to mean that you will not fill any unit with any person unless they are sent to you by the city of Pembroke Pines, or a resident of Pembroke Pines, unless we fail to send you someone? Is that how you understand it?
It's not even that the city has to send us people. We will give preference to local residents, even if they just come in off the street. So they don't have to be sent to us by the city. We're going to give preference to Pines residents. Vice Mayor Good, I'm not sure that we could make that a requirement of moving in. I'd have to check and confirm that we're in compliance with fair housing, but I don't know that we'd be able to discriminate and say you cannot move here because you are not currently a Pembroke Pines resident. So before I promise anything like that, but it is a preference, especially that we work with, first responders, city employees, folks like that, that it's a community resource. So we will take people who come in who are Pines residents and give them preference so they are not displaced. But I'm very sure that I cannot restrict someone who's not a Pines resident from.
I just want to make sure that we can clarify, so that Vice Mayor understood. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm glad you made that clear so everybody understands. It's not
Yes.
just Pembroke Pines, it's anybody. It's, but it's preference and appreciate that. But there is the constant reference to this money is going to be able to be used for other affordable housing. So, I probably can be swayed if we are going to make the commitment tonight for that $30 million to me to be made available for affordable housing for all of its residents. If we make that commitment tonight for that $30 million to be earmarked specifically for affordable housing, then I could probably consider that.
Anybody object? City manager, you got a problem with that?
Mayor, no, it's a policy decision of this commission if that's what you desire.
Restate it, please, again.
That because we were making a $30 million profit on this sale, and we are concerned about our affordability of our housing in our city, that $30 million is committed, that we make to affordable housing throughout the city of Pembroke Pines.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd like to add the word affordable workforce, because as you know,
Yeah.
we have over 60 employees who actually reside in that facility that are police, fire, public service employees, and I'm sure teachers as well. And there are a lot of public servants that can use workforce housing.
I believe that's what Vice Mayor meant. I believe so.
All right, so I would like to then do that in a motion format that we,
Before, if I may, before you do that, I just
Hold on a second.
ask the
Hold on a
manager a
second.
question.
Hold on a second. We'll get to your question. Just give Vice Mayor a chance to frame his motion. Go right ahead.
so I'd like to, and I'm not certain, Mr. Attorney, am I making an amendment to this, or am I just
No,
making a separate motion?
It's a separate motion, correct?
So I would be making a separate motion that the profits we receive from this sale are dedicated to affordable housing, Pembroke Pines.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Rodriguez seconded. Commissioner Schwartz, you have a question?
Yes, city manager. Were you made aware of this possibility prior to live TV? Did the Vice Mayor have any conversation with you regarding pledging funds like this through a policy change on live TV?
Point of order, we're having a conversation
Yeah.
amongst us. It's not with me and the city manager.
Okay, let me ask.
Commissioner, come on.
I've had discussions with the manager as far as what his plans are for where the proceeds would go.
What? Okay,
And-
What are those plans?
right, if you have, come on. What's that? If you have an alternative motion, make an alternative motion. The conversations between the commissioner and the manager, between the commissioner and the manager. I mean,
Let me frame it a better way then. We had a budget visioning workshop. Certainly, it would have been the appropriate time to address it, to give the manager perhaps an opportunity to have some thoughts on it. City Manager Dodge. The funds being pledged with this policy, while it sounds Mayor, still allow me just to collect my thoughts here, because
Yeah,
the
moment.
dollars that were being pledged was certainly not for affordable housing when this was put together. Certainly not 100%, maybe a percentage. So what I believe, if this 100% pledge were to go through 3/5 of the commission. I believe it would require 50 plus 1% of the electorate through referendum to find the additional money for the other things that we need to do.
So Commissioner, maybe as you're collecting your vote, do you want to make a friendly amendment to the motion that maybe it include that it be 80% of the amount?
Well,
What do you want to do?
I
We have a
appreciate you.
motion.
I think it would be to allow the city manager to determine the percentage of proceeds and not kneecap the city manager with a specific percentage. We're talking about a time period of what, 20, 30 years?
And is that the friendly amendment that you're offering?
With respect to Robert's rules, Mayor, if I were to ask for the friendly amendment and the maker of the motion rejects it, would that put me with the inability to make a substitute motion?
A substitute motion would only result in him restating his original motion.
Right.
And it would be pointless. So, I mean, the procedural thing for you to do would be to make a friendly amendment.
All right, so based on the mayor's.
Or to vote down the motion.
Well, certainly, if, I have a desire to make affordable housing in Pembroke Pines. What I don't have the appetite for is to hamstring the city administration with a specific percentage. So I would ask that for a friendly amendment, to strike any percentage of proceeds, but allow the city manager to have the discretion for future commissions and future budget as he sees fit. Let him come forward with it.
So is your friendly amendment that the city manager should prioritize the use of the funds for affordable housing, but that we not come to terms with an actual 100% tonight? Is that your motion? That the amount be prioritized for affordable housing, but not 100% at this time? Is that your amendment?
Allow me just to semantically, Mayor, prioritize. I would say that the affordable housing component percentage will go first before any other spending, if that's what you mean by prioritize.
Yeah.
Yes, not, because prioritize in some viewpoint may appear to be a majority of proceeds. I don't want to get to a percentage. I would say that it will be up to the discretion of the city administration to apply a percentage, but that percentage must be the first thing that has to be done before any other spending is allocated.
Vice Mayor, you've heard the amendment. Are you willing to accept it?
No, I'm not, Mayor. It's all or nothing on this here.
Okay.
Because then it brings me back to my original conversation about having a renegotiation where we would have the,
But now we're straying from the
so,
motion.
no.
Mayor, point of order. Don't we have two motions on the floor?
No, we only have the one.
Okay.
There was an offer for a friendly amendment, which has been rejected. Anyone can offer an amendment. But if it's not accepted under the motion, it has to be you have to vote it down. In other words,
Okay.
in order to raise another motion, you have to vote it down.
Vice Mayor Good, I appreciate what you have proposed, and if that, first of all, I think it's necessary in the city. Okay, I appreciate that you support that you put that out there. I think I did want to ask the manager, Mr. Manager, if the profit is $30 million, and that when you budget for it, first of all, it wouldn't even be for this fiscal year, because that money, as I read it here, doesn't come in until after our fiscal year begins. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
Yes, the revenue would be within the next fiscal year, but regarding what the profit is, we would have to look at what our debt service was, what we paid, and what that net amount is. I can't tell you it's 30 million. I can't tell you it's 20 million. I can't tell you it's 40 million.
In plain English, because you're much smarter than me, this will not hurt our budget one way or another that we would be approving this fall.
No.
Alec is saying tonight, making a policy decision as Vice Mayor Good has proposed, and I think most of us appreciate, This will not harm our upcoming budget, is what I want to know.
That is correct. And if you recall in our budget envisioning, we had mentioned during that time that the city had expended funds for master plans for traffic, for parks, for a number of things. And we also touched upon potentially GL bonds. When this was originally contemplated and the amount of money that was set aside, it would have been at that time my recommendation to use these funds to build a new police station, which we felt was necessary. But that would only be my recommendation. But the commission as a policy certainly can establish if they want to use it, as I said, for traffic, for parks, whatever it might be. And I said that in budget visioning. And as well as workforce housing and affordable housing, that is a goal of the city. And it doesn't necessarily need to be tied into this deal, but if that's something the commission would like to do as a policy, that's your decision within that motion.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
This might be kind of harping on that same point. We didn't account for whatever proceeds we're going to get as part of any kind of revenue that we'll be using for the budget that we're counting for next year.
None of the revenue that comes from this project goes to operating. All of the revenue that comes in for this would be used for capital at some time in the future whenever we receive it.
Got it. Thank you
Mayor.
for clarifying.
Yes.
All right, now that the manager has disclosed what he said, which is the police station, now that's out there. So it's about the PD station. Now, I don't want to stray from what's on the table, but just to bring our new colleagues up to speed, okay, there was a discussion back in August of 2020 with respect to the police station and whether or not we go out for a go bond. And so this has been 4 years in the making, resting here tonight with this decision. There are certainties and there are questions. If money is appropriated, and this is the reason why I can't support 100%, is because there's other things that we need. Otherwise, we go out to referendum and there's no guarantee that the referendum would pass. So to Commissioner Hernandez's question, is this in the budget? No, the city manager did not place $8.6 million to fix up the place. Why? Because it's anticipated in hopes that this would pass. That's why it's not in the budget. So,
Commissioner, let me clarify.
Sure.
That was not what I said. I was specifically referring to the profit that we would be having, not 8.6 million for renovations. I was referring to a very specific sum. I know that the vice mayor and the manager's nodding, so I think he understood. The vice mayor says 30, but as the manager said, it could be anything. We don't know what the amount was. What I was specifically saying is, if we get this profit, okay, and it is allocated per board policy towards affordable or workforce, I think you added another definition, manager. Workforce housing. Is that going to harm the fiscal year budget that we are about to approve this fall? It had nothing to do with renovations. I know what I said. So what I'm basically saying is if it's not going to harm our budget, you need 4 votes. The vice mayor has put forward this very thoughtful proposal, which I didn't think of beforehand, and I appreciate that you put it forward. And the manager doesn't have an objection. He's saying basically, this is something I could do on board direction, then I'll be supportive of it. Because I think if the manager's putting this on the agenda, I think it's very critical for the city's future. That was what I was saying.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
I think whether it's 30 million, 40 million, it is not going to solve all of our capital problems. We're either way going to have to go with bonds or some other kinds of revenues for all of the projects that we have going on.
Right.
Putting this money towards affordable housing, earmarking it for affordable housing, doesn't mean that we're not going to go forward on the project of the new police station. I think we're all very respectful of our police department and that they deserve a great facility to work out of because they give a lot to their jobs. So I think it makes sense because we're taking it from a profit from an affordable housing aspect to earmark it for affordable housing. Either way, we're going to have to take out bonds or do whatever other kind of, revenue fine to get done all the projects that we want to get done. So even if we put 50% then towards the police station or whatever, we're still going to have to do another 50% from the bonds to the police station. So does that make sense?
And if I may add, I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse here, but if we did have to go to bond for voter approval for a new police station, if anyone on this board thinks that the voters of Pembroke Pines who love their police officers are going to vote that down, they're sadly mistaken. So I'm not saying we're going to a bond, but what I am saying is we need 4 votes. I support you because this is what it would take to get us the 4th vote, or I imagine so.
Point of
I am with you.
clarification, Commissioner Hernandez, there's 5 of us here. So who are you discounting to get the 4? That's all I'm saying. I mean, please.
Commissioner, we can all count. The vice mayor made a motion. It seems from us speaking that these 4 are in favor. You have offered something different. So by logical sequence, we would imagine that you're not in favor. But when we call the vote, if you're in favor, welcome. We'd love it.
All right. Does the public wish to be heard on this matter? Anyone from the public wish to speak? Seeing none?
Mr. Mayor, before you call the vote, I just want to make clear that
Yes.
my motion was for this money to be earmarked for affordable housing, and the city manager said, threw in the workforce housing.
Yeah.
I do not want it to be restricted to workforce housing because that would then defeat the purpose of what we're trying to do here. So I think the understanding or the interpretation of that statement is up to workforce housing, but it should include all levels of income up to workforce housing that need this support.
Yes.
That was not my intent.
Okay, I just want to make it
Yeah,
clear.
No,
Uh,
it's affordable,
if
it's
I-
affordable and workforce.
Yeah, if I may add one other thing,
That was good.
it may not take 30 million to do
It might not.
So to say you're going to designate 30 million, working with partnerships,
That's
primarily with affordable and workforce housing, it may be that we purchase land and we find a company that can do it where you wouldn't have to expend all those dollars.
And-
So
Well,
And then,
and I
Mr.
would,
Manager, if I could, that's tomorrow's decision. Let's
But-
deal with
but-
today's decision.
but can I make this clear though?
Yes, sir.
Because my intention was to make that 30 million earmark. If you don't need it for some sort of a project, then the rest of that money should roll into some sort of program that people can apply for and get access to.
Well,
So that's
if,
the point
if
here.
there's an excess, on the sales proceeds, the manager will come back to us and we'll reappropriate it because that's.
No, I'm just talking about the 30 million. Whatever proceeds here should all be dedicated to affordable housing, whether it's a built structure or whether it's an application for.
Yes, sir. That's the clearly.
But if I'm saying it may not be 30 million, it could be 27, it could be 24.
The
I don't
proceeds.
know
Proceed, profit,
until
whatever.
we do it. Yeah.
whatever.
That's why I made it, okay, the proceeds.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Last comment.
I'd just like to have, if we can give the manager uninterrupted so he can restate his position so I can make an informed decision. He was cut off. He was cut off
I feel.
multiple times.
I feel he said what he has to say. Do you have a specific question?
Yes, city manager, can you please restate your position on proceeds? And how would they be allocated and how your administration would see something like this through based on the policy that's currently being considered under this motion?
I want to make sure I understand your question. Is it proceeds as it relates to the motion of the vice mayor or?
Yes.
Well, ultimately, the decision on how these funds are spent are left to this board, not myself. I was asked a question, and initially I said, the thought pattern back 3 or 4 years ago was on how to use it. Now, if the city commission as a whole has decided that their priority is different, then that's what we'll do. I don't make that decision. I can make recommendations on funding, but I did say in the budget visioning, there are many, many different projects that the city's going to be involved in. Commissioner Rodriguez, I thought, said it quite clearly that there are so many projects out there that we're going to have to do other things. So this isn't an end all that this money we get, we can complete everything that the city needs to do.
Okay.
And city manager, so explain the earmark, what part of the, what fund does it go in? How does this impact our debt service? By the sale, would our debt service go down? Would there be bonds paid off? Is there any tax relief to the residents through this sale?
There would be no tax relief to the sale of the project. Yes, the bonds would be defeased. We wouldn't have that debt service, but at the same time, we would not have the offsetting revenue to pay that. So there's really no net benefit to the city as far as increased revenue, but it does help the city as far as its exposure to others. And the other thing, if the commission is concerned about doing affordable workforce housing, that's going to require debt as well, because $30 million will not build affordable workforce housing. So by removing this debt that's currently on the books, it helps the city's financial situation in order to issue new debt, whether it be go bond issues, or if we borrow money to do something in the area of road and bridge or utilities.
Right.
That all goes against our financial ability on how to repay debt.
Thank you, city manager.
Okay. Anything further? Anything further from the public? Clerk will call the roll.
Motion,
On the motion.
a motion was made that all proceeds.
We're aware of the vote.
No, it
We're
wasn't
aware of the
on.
motion. We're asking you to call the roll.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Mayor Castillo,
Yes.
motion passes.
Now the motion is amended. Call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, it's a public hearing on the ordinance, Mayor.
The motion is amended. Does anyone wish to speak? Seeing none, you may call the roll. Motion is amended. This is second reading. It requires 4 votes. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Mayor Castillo,
Yes.
motion passes.
For the record, Mayor
Okay.
and Commission, the ordinance number is 2021.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if I may ask,
Yes, sir.
for point of privilege, can we take item number 14 out of order, sir?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor Good?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're
Item number 14 is, I would like to make a motion to approve a sponsorship of $5,000, which is the Trailblazer level to the Links Incorporated Fort Lauderdale, Florida chapter, celebrating their 50-year celebration scheduled for Saturday, September 28, 24 at the Broward County Convention Center, 1950 Eisenhower Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 31-6, which includes seating for 6 guests, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Quickly.
Yes.
Mayor, as you know, you've been advocating for nonprofits to be included in annual budgets, and those organizations be a part of a list. Have we ever donated to this organization before, city manager?
No, we have not. However, that suggestion was made for the following fiscal year. And what we have done in the proposed budget, as we have listed those agencies that we've assisted in the past. And I believe the mayor asked the administration to set aside X amount of money for other issues that may come up, whether they be fundraisers or something very similar to this, whereby it wasn't necessary to bring before the commission. Is that correct, Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I just feel that this kind of activity falls within the city manager's spending limit. And my thought was that staff would poll the commission, and if there was any objection, then it would come onto the agenda. But Vice Mayor's item is completely in order, and I don't have the authority to decide that. We have to decide that as part of the budget. I have mentioned this 1,000 times. I don't think that items like this belong on the agenda. I think that items like this, there's no other case where a $5,000 expenditure comes before us. They all fall within the manager's preference. And if a commissioner wants to support a particular charity because it's important to them, I don't see why telephonically there can't be a consent. I don't think that violates sunshine law. I don't think it violates anything. And then if any commissioner objects, put it on the agenda. Otherwise, it falls within the budget. That's the way I would proceed with it. But it's up to you all as the commission when we do the next budget how to do this. So I appreciate that you brought it up. You know, I've been saying this for 20 years, but the vice mayor's motion is in order.
Yeah, so Mayor, while it's in order, to the city attorney, how do we go about, we've had this, Mayor, we've had like, Vice Mayor, we must be on like on the 25th one now, right? It's always the same. So how do we put this thing to bed? How do we get this?
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
How do we get organizations to apply? Because there needs to be,
That's a fair question.
it needs to benefit Pembroke Pines residents, right? That's a benefit. The organizations benefit. They're giving back to our residents. There needs to be a history of that, right? There needs to be some criteria. Otherwise, we're going to have a very long list of people who are going to want public dollars.
Commissioner, that all makes sense for the next budget. And if you want to bring that up for the next budget, I think, or any commissioner wants to bring that up as a rule for the next budget, we can do that. But right now, we're just dealing with this item. And the Vice Mayor has made a motion and it's been seconded.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Yes.
may, so I just wanted to let you know, though, that we do have some representatives that are here from the Links Incorporated.
They are a fine organization.
I would love for them to be able to speak
Would you like to
momentarily
come forward?
because, you know, this organization is not just national, it's an international organization. We have a strong membership that's here within the city of Pembroke Pines. You're looking at one of our most favorite residents right now coming up who actually is a participant in this organization. But when you talk about how they interact with our community, you're talking about a backbone support of an organization. So I would like to turn it over to them to speak.
Your name and affiliation for the record, please. If you're on.
Okay. Good evening, and I want to welcome and congratulate you, Mr. Mayor, you, Commissioner Rodriguez, and you, Commissioner Hernandez, for your new positions. And hello, everyone. My name is Shauna Hicksley, and this is Andrea Thornton. We're both city residents. I live in Lakeside Key Phase 2, and she lives in Tanglewood. So I've been here for over 30 years and served on a number of boards in the city. And yes, we did apply for this because I know our city is a visionary city and supports different nonprofit agencies. The Fort Lauderdale chapter of the Links Incorporated is proud to announce our 50th anniversary that we're celebrating. We are the oldest Links chapter in the Broward County area. And we are an international and national organization. You all may recognize some of our members, such as former County Administrator Bertha Henry, and also our state Senator Rosalind Osgood is a member of our organization. We've been established since 1946, and the link comprises of over 16,000 professional women with 292 chapters nationally and internationally. We take pride in being one of the nation's oldest and largest volunteer organizations dedicated to making positive impact in our communities. And we just do a lot of things. I'll have Andrea speak on some of the activities that we're involved in.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrea Pell Thornton, and as was stated earlier, I am a Pembroke Pines resident of 28 years. And I'm excited to be here before you today, and even more excited to tell you a little bit about the programming aspect of the Links Incorporated, specifically the Fort Lauderdale chapter. Programming is the heart of our organization, and we implement countywide programming that benefits Pembroke Pines residents. Today, I'll just share highlights from 3 key areas: services to youth, health and human services, and the arts. From a services youth perspective, we have implemented a multi-year, I would say probably over 30-year program called the White Rose Program, which is a student development program and initiative awarding scholarships annually and monthly development for high school students, including students from Pembroke Pines. Additionally, we partner with the Broward County Public School Services Department and the Student Peer Counseling Group to address something that we feel very strongly about, which is enhancing youth mental health. And through this partnership, we've seen a 100% increase in teen mental health and anxiety awareness among student participants since the implementation of this program just this year. Also, from Health and Human Services perspective, we have a renewed partnership with the Northwest Federated Women's Club, where we will implement a senior living music therapy program, again, to implement enhancements, things that enhance the mental health of senior citizens in our community. And we hope that this is a model that we can implement in other areas of the county. Lastly, from a cultural perspective, we contribute to and are definitely patrons of art in our community. We implement art competitions and fund scholarships for students to attend universities and schools to enhance their art skills. And as one symbol that we're very proud of, we commissioned the statue of school board member Kathleen Cooper Wright, which sits and beautifies the Broward County School Board Administration building. And that symbolizes our paramount commitment to schools and education in our community. And it also celebrates Kathleen Cooper Wright, who was also a member of our organization. With the support from the city of Pembroke Pines, we're able to continue this impactful programming that our chapter has implemented for the past 50 years. And we want to continue to change lives in our city. And so we thank you very much for this consideration.
I want to tell you that I've known about your organization for a long time. I first heard about it from Carlton Moore. Remember Carlton? And Jasmine Shirley really talked about it a lot.
Our chapter.
And I know she's in your chapter. And you all do fantastic work. And I remember that from when I was Human Services Director, in the late 90s at Broward County. And you all do great work. It's an outstanding organization. I'm glad to support Vice Mayor Good's motion today, and I commend him for it. Any further discussion on that?
Yeah, I will.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I just wish we had this opportunity years ago to continue support. So I would welcome you aboard as a long list of going forward organizations so that you can plan accordingly. I'll have a motion for procedure at the next meeting, and we're going to put this to bed. But thank you so much for doing what you do on
I
behalf of the
appreciate
community.
that, Commissioner. Thank
Yep.
you. Any further discussion? Any from the public? Commissioner Rodriguez?
No.
Oh, any from the public? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. That passes unanimously. Congratulations. We look forward to it.
And thank you, Vice Mayor, for putting this on the
He's
board.
terrific.
And we just want to say, hello, Miss Betty.
Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, back to the Vice Mayor, I'm gonna have to pass the gavel. I think, well, hold on a second. Reports of, city manager?
No items, Mayor.
Are there any league representative reports?
Mayor, there's a general meeting on the 20th. Hope you all can make it. Dr. Hepburn, the new superintendent, will be speaking on, I guess, the future of what our county is going to look like.
Okay, thank you. Addendum number 1 is in front of us. This is a motion to nominate Commissioner Maria Rodriguez to represent the city as a designated voting delegate to the National League of Cities, and Commissioner Michael Hernandez as the alternative voting delegate. The voting delegate will attend the National League of Cities Summit Annual Business Meeting in Tampa, Florida, scheduled for November 2024.
I'll move it.
I hear a motion from Commissioner Schwartz. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Commissioner Rodriguez. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, and the next item, I have to pass the gavel. Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is discussion and possible action to create a Citizens Budget Advisory Board as a standing citywide advisory board to review city budgets, spending trends, and financial information, and to offer citizen advice regarding same to the City Commission. Members should possess professional experience managing finances and/or accounting experience and/or degrees in finance or business administration. Commissioners, very successfully, District 4 held a Citizens Budget Commission for approximately 3 years. And I was forced to create it because the commission then at the time didn't want to do it. And I can't understand that because as I walked door to door in both of my campaigns for mayor, there were people who in this very cynical time in government wanted to know more about, well, how are you spending our money? Well, how are you using the money? Well, where's the money going? And my attitude to that was, hell, come on in and look. Take a look at the books. Take a look at what we're doing. Let's be responsive to folks on the number one issue that we do, which is manage and pass budgets. And so I felt so strongly about it that I created my own commission, but I didn't go so far as to just name people from my district. I named people from every district. I named 2 representatives from District 1, 2 from District 2, 2 from District 3, 2 from District 4, and a couple more. And it met. City manager came and spoke to us. The budget director came and spoke to us. Every one of the department heads had an opportunity to speak to us. Members came forward and made recommendations on the record about budgets. It wasn't as well organized as some of our advisory boards are, because I was the staff. Commissioner Hernandez was a member of the Budget Advisory Council. He can discuss his recollections about it. But this was a good thing. And everyone walked away from it feeling like the city was very upfront. The residents were presented with budget information, which they could consume and understand the context because they were told about it. And they were very supportive. In fact, the overwhelming reaction, as I recall it, from the committee was how impressed they were with the city, fighting off the cynicism, potentially assisting us in explaining to people if we choose to do something large again in terms of a bond issue or whatever, that this is a city that can be responsible, that can be trusted with large amounts of money. It's the right thing to do. All large cities in Broward County have one. Pretty much all leading cities in the United States have a citizens advisory board on budget in one way or another. And all I'm asking you to do is to agree to direct the city attorney to draft an ordinance that comes back to us. And we can refine it from there. Questions have been raised in the Monday night memo. How many members would it have? That's at your pleasure. I mean, it could be 5, it could be 11, it could be any odd number that, you know, that's reasonable. I think it should be a workable number of folks, but we had 9 or 10. Attendance typically was pretty good. We only had to cancel one meeting because we couldn't get people to attend. It was an unfortunate evening, but other than that, the committee met and it was substantive discussions. And I think that it's a good thing for the city. I think that residents will respect that we took this action, and that's why I'm recommending it. Vice Mayor? Anybody want to weigh in? Comment?
Yeah,
Please,
thank you, Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Hernandez.
The more, I've served on 3 boards as a resident. This was the most recent one I served on. And now obviously I've been meeting with constituents. The more folks find out about Pembroke Pines and how the city operates, the happier they are. They realize, once you explain things to folks, there's always this gap, right? And that's where, to your point, Mayor, the cynicism comes in. Pembroke Pines is a well-run city. I can't imagine, I can't fathom an objection to a board that just brings more residents in to learn about the work that we do. And by the way, there's so many professional residents that could possibly offer recommendations.
Right.
We've had, I know the police chief, fire chief, Mr. Dodge, not you, Jake, Sam was with us that evening. We met with every department head. We had some folks that couldn't be in attendance on certain nights, they'd call in. Doris, who was here earlier and was just appointed by Commissioner Rodriguez, was on that board. I just feel that it's something that actually will help the city and its residents learn more about what it is that we do as an organization, and actually bring a lot more pride to the city and what it is that we do. So I will support this whenever the vice mayor calls for a vote.
Commissioner Schwartz? Did you?
I haven't. Commissioner Rodriguez first, please.
I
Commissioner Rodriguez?
wanted to ask on the question of, possesses professional experience managing finances and/or accounting experience. Are we looking to make that a specific requirement of the board? Is it a priority maybe? Because I can see other people that maybe don't have that background, maybe someone like myself who doesn't know about those things.
Mayor,
but-
respond, Commissioner?
Mayor, go ahead, Mayor.
I had that exact thought as I was writing the word, and I couldn't keep myself from writing them. That is really at the pleasure of the commission.
Okay.
And I think that some people with this background would be essential.
I think
But I don't know that everyone has to have it.
what I was gonna say is if we're each appointing 2 people, one of them maybe from each of the districts to have that background and the other one to have pure interest in the budget.
Maybe that's the way to do it.
Okay.
I have to tell you that we had somebody who ran a video business. They were a business owner, but they really weren't a financial professional. Very engaged. We had a retired police officer, brilliant at what.
And I'm certainly not a financial.
And he did a great job. And Doris is a financial expert, and she did. So there were lawyers on this committee. There were all different kinds of folks, and but they all got it because they had the capacity to and the desire to participate. So I'm not like wedded to this, but I think that having some folks there with some financial background, I think helps.
And we can certainly work through that. Commissioner Schwartz?
Thank you. The mayor recalls about 11, 12 years ago, I supported this effort. We didn't get 3 votes that night, but I supported the effort. Before I was elected, I supported that effort. But I also have to look at the function of the city. So let me play a little devil's advocate here. We have 4 days that boards meet. That's Monday through Thursday. And we don't have any boards that conflict with other boards. Now, we just had the chair of the Economic Development Board, who's filled with really smart people, who just asked for additional tasks. So we can get started right away with that. The other thing that we already have in our charter is section 30.15B1, which we can have the finance director on a quarterly basis be on the agenda to not only answer the questions of those who are serving, but any member of the public when they close out the books for the quarter. I think if we're going to have the desire to educate people on how well run the city is, I wouldn't want to limit it to just a board night. I would want to see our outstanding finance director here. Now, we know, Vice Mayor Good knows, that when we have our budget hearings, very little people come with their trim notices. There's not really much interaction. And when someone does come, the manager's always there to go ahead and call them the very next day to resolve whatever issues there are. So I think, I think the intent is great. The execution of it and being efficient about it and being proactive, I think we can bring this thing in for a landing because we already have a board who can do that. And we have a finance director who can present that. And we don't have to create anything now. We just task them because we would have to create a mission statement. We'd have to create a lot of things, right? And the 5 of us will probably have different ways. And that what happens when that occurs, to be honest with you, it just extends the process. So I would say, let's task the economic development with the diversity board has already been told, bring back a calendar of events, right? Let's task the economic development board to bring something back in September of what they like to see. We're in budget season, great time to discuss it. We have our finance director closing out the books in June. We can have a presentation in August. I think we can get started right now. While I don't mind having the city attorney write something up, let's do it now. Let's see what we already have. And if we have to refine it by establishing a new board, because we heard from every single chair tonight that they cannot meet quorum. Despite the advertising, folks wanting to join a board sometimes can be difficult. Some districts have more success than others filling it. So those are my thoughts, Mayor. Like I said, I stood with you 11, 12 years ago and before I was elected. I think we can task them now. And I think you may actually get some interest in people seeing what the Economic Development Board is doing, along with some of the other things. I think there may be some vibrant, some interest in including some budget discussions. Maybe we'll get some more applications that way as well.
Okay, so let's, Mr. Attorney, do we need to vote on this, or can we just give a consensus for the attorney to prepare what might look like a board for, dealing with the budget?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So we would obviously need direction that could come in the form of consensus to bring back an ordinance. I do have just one question, given the conversation. We have a default provision in our code that provides for a composition of our advisory boards as 5 members plus 2 alternates. What I'm hearing is the commission may want 2 appointees per commissioner plus alternates appointed by the mayor. Is that the structure I'm looking at?
Well, I think what was discussed here is, there's sort of like an open range here. Can you kind of look at what some other cities very well may be doing? I mean, even including what Commissioner Schwartz says. I don't know whether other economic boards are actually participating in a budget review, but you can at least get a flavor for, what's the different things. I mean, what we heard here was, we need professionals. We need people who are layman-like, because if you can't get to the layman person, what's the professional mean in the first place, right? So, and then you want to have participation from, from other city members as well. So, I mean, I think it's a good opportunity for you all to just come back to us. It doesn't have to be a document, but maybe outline a couple of framework a couple of, types of, boards that it could be, whether it be numbers, whether it be participation from, the experience level for participation, or, how does, what city, people might actually interrelate with this board too.
If there's no objection, Vice Mayor, we'll take that as direction and bring back something.
Is that
Commission
okay?
to
Is that
consider.
a good consensus then?
Works for
Okay.
me.
All right.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Can we, Mayor, can we task, EDB, for the next meeting to at least discuss it while we're formulating?
Commissioner, if you want to put that on the agenda for the next meeting, you can. But that wasn't part of the motion.
Well, it wasn't a motion, we just made
There was
a
a consensus. I mean, I mentioned it. I just want to see if that was a part of the direction.
No, it's not part of the direction.
I wasn't doing, I was asking them to take a look at how they might be able to integrate or, how other cities are using their economic development board as well, so. I mean, including it.
I personally don't know of any other city that would do it that way. The cities that have these boards, they don't throw it into somebody else's, agenda. They have a citizens advisory board. Okay. So that is that for there. Vice Mayor Good, did you have item 13?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So item 13 is discussion, possible motion to direct the city attorney to amend the city code and land development regulations under the following item. Section 155.303 of the city code entitled Review and Decision-Making Authorities contained within the land development regulations, LERS, provides reference and guidance as to the powers and authorities of the Planning and Zoning Board, P&Z. 2, P&Z can make decisions on certain matters expressly set forth in section 155.303, par D, paren 2, paren B, and recommendations as to certain other matters set forth in section 155.303, paren D, paren 2, paren C. The City Commission correspondingly has and retains power and authority to make certain of its own decisions affecting the P&Z under the LDRS at section 155.303. Based upon the foregoing and given certain real-time, everyday experiences, including observational awareness of current and future land development activities in the short-term, mid-range, and long-term future from members of the City Commission sitting on the dais, and being cognizant of such matters within the city, that in order to best protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens and residents of the city, it would be in the best interest of the citizens and residents of the city that the City Commission should regain and retain final decision-making authority of all P&Z matters as the final decision-making body upon amendment to the city code and land development regulations. So I'll take that as a go.
Was that a motion?
No, it's a discussion and possible motion. So,
Who has the gavel?
I do, sorry.
Thank you.
What do I
so
do?
I want to prepare here for just a moment, if you will. All right. So, what does this mean? Right. So, I guess back in 1960, I think that's about when the Planning and Zoning Board was created, and it was created by ordinance. And it was, and you have a lot of that documentation, going through the years. And I could tell you, going through all that documentation through the years, there have been changes to what the Planning and Zoning Board does. But primarily, its role is to make recommendations to the commission and advisory role on planning and zoning matters. Though through the city's rapid growth, the P&Z board has basically been essential in assisting the city commission with how the city was developed. Now, even though the board role has remained largely advisory in nature, there are critical functions that are essentially have been carved out of what used to be advisory, which are now final decisions made by the P&Z, of which don't even reach the commission. So I believe that the So we were given the Monday night sheet, which was kind of helpful for me. And page 5, if you have it, it just kind of speaks to what the power and the duties of the Planning and Zoning Board are. You know, and certainly the first thing it says, it serves as an advisory board to the City Commission. But here are the carve-outs that have occurred over the years, which I'm having a very difficult time, and I believe the attorneys were having a very difficult time too, identifying specifically when these things occurred, but they're here today. So the decisions that are made now by the P&Z are appeal of staff decision, flexibility allocation. If you know what that is, it's flex units, where flex units go in the city. Interpretation, site plan amendment, special exceptions, and variances. So why are some of these important? And I can probably give you an example of each of these items here and how they're impactful, but let me just give a couple of examples as opposed to a whole bunch going through every one of them. So under 155.301, Section A, site plan, procedures for site plans of building or structures under 50 feet do not require city commission approval. And that's 50 feet can be up to like 3 stories. So if anything under 3 stories, it stays with the P&Z, it doesn't come to us. For my particular district, I don't have a lot of tall buildings. I have a lot of less than 3-story buildings. So, what can happen? Well, you can have a demolition of a structure to redevelop, maybe in an out parcel. And that could be exemplified by what's the Chick-fil-A, right? The Chick-fil-A over there, and was at the West Fork, the plaza up there?
Dykes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it already had poor traffic circulation, but then the Chick-fil-A, which has a whole lot more traffic, was put in there. And that never came to this commission. It did come to the commission because the only way that you can address it is that you actually have to appeal it as a commissioner, And the only commissioner who can appeal it is the commissioner of the district. So that became a very complicated thing, but that came to us, and the commissioner at the time decided not to proceed with an appeal process. So
Point clarification.
Yes, sir.
The appeal is any affected party. It's not limited to the elected body per se. If the commissioner lives anywhere in the city, they're deemed as an affected party. City attorney, am I correct?
And if I may answer that question for a moment, and the city attorney can back that up, but I did actually go through that process, appealing
I know you did.
a P&Z
I was
decision.
there. I
Yeah.
know.
And when I asked for that, it was Attorney Gorin that said the only commissioner that could do it is commissioner in that district, because they're the only ones who had standing to that.
City attorney?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the code, a couple of provisions to bring your attention to. Section 155.311 speaks to the right to appeal. Does any party aggrieved by a decision, interpretation, or order made by the Planning and Economic Development Director or other administrative official, Board of Adjustment, Planning and Zoning Board, or the City Commission may appeal the decision, order, or interpretation. And jumping further, board decisions of the Board of Adjustment or the Planning Board are subject to appeal to the City Commission by the city, the petitioner, or an affected person as defined in the code, which is within a certain perimeter or proximity to the property in question.
So would that prohibit a commissioner not in the district where the property is located from bringing the item before the city commission?
I'm not candidly, Mayor, I'm not sure that it would. Just looking at the language, any party aggrieved by a decision of the board. It also speaks again to an appeal by the city, the petitioner, or an affected person.
Yeah, that's why I say it's anybody, it's anyone, and any member of the public. So
You know, and then he
Yeah.
made reference about you have to be affected within a certain radius. But let's just assume all right, I don't need to tie us down with that. Any commissioner can do it, all right? But the bottom line is you have to appeal it. You don't get to hear it. So a decision is made that is impactful to a community that we had no ability to see or decide. Another example is with regards to variances. And that's under section 155.301. Non-single family residential development variances, which is commercial or industrial, anything that's not single family, goes before the P and Z. Variances considered by the P and Z could include changes to shopping plaza approvals, where they can obtain parking variances for reduction of parking and site plan modifications, allow development of more out parcels than what was originally approved. So again, going back to that same plaza where the Chick-fil-A was installed, there was an approval of a parking variance which allowed a reduction of parking from 1,700 spaces to 1,200 spaces for West Fork. So, I mean, already, if you're out there frequent it, you know that there's parking issues too. So, but that was a significant reduction. It caused even more problems for that particular location. Another example is approval of more out parcels than what was approved originally. So there was a Pembroke Commons shopping center, and they already had 4 out parcels. And what happened was the variance was, can I have a 5th out parcel? It was never planned for a 5th out parcel. So what happens is it got approved. The variance for another out parcel, already stacked with out parcels, was approved. And not only did that out parcel get approved, then the site plan is going to come in and it's going to take away parking for the businesses that actually use those parking spaces on the out parcel, which is going to hurt their businesses. And on top of that, there was, what do you call that, handicap parking that was right across the street, or the road, the little tiny road in the shopping plaza, that went away, and they have now to go 150 feet, 200 feet for a handicap spot. And then on top of that, it creates another traffic congestion in a very busy shopping plaza. So, you know, we are no longer in a rapid growth stage, you know, and so we need to be at the front of these changes in the community. But unfortunately, a lot of very important reviews are being done where we don't get to see them. And unless we're really, really keeping our finger on the pulses on what's going on at the planning and zoning, we don't know what's going on. And it impacts us. So, as a city commission, we do need to have a greater role on how the planning and zoning matters are finalized within our community. We are the city officials. Those decisions we are held accountable to. The Planning and Zoning Board has a vital role, and they should continue to have the vital role. You know, they should be continuing to provide us, you know, a review and give us their recommendations on what they believe should be done. But that role should only be advisory, not final decision making. You know, again, you know, we are mostly built out. You know, we're probably into redevelopment, site plan modifications and variances are going to be really big in our future now. You know, this is not about looking at paint chips and colors of buildings, nor is it about signs being one size or another. You know, these are major impacts to us. I mean, here we have the mayor has gone around, done all these town halls, and residents are looking to us for answers, especially as it comes to communication, you know, traffic congestion, quality of life. You know, I can only tell you that I cannot properly communicate to my residents if I don't see, you know, these issues the changes, the requests that are being made in the review process. I can't communicate them unless I know about them. So, I'm asking you all, to support and request changes to our city code where those items that have major impacts to our quality of life, to our residents, are brought back to this commission for final decision, but still stays with the P and Z for the advisory role that they were originally created to do.
So if I can begin the discussion, first of all, I want to thank you for bringing this item forward, because it's the kind of item that, that deserves to be heard. And I'll tell you why. When we delegate any responsibility to any other party, it puts us in a very, very difficult, maybe even uncomfortable, I don't want to go so far as to say insecure, but uncomfortable sort of a position. And when that discomfort arises, I think it's important that we have conversations like this. Without seizing on the specific example that you raised, let's talk a little bit about Chick-fil-A, because I think the example is an important one. So largely because that chicken sandwich is so incredibly good. And I have to tell you, I personally like Popeye's chicken sandwich better, but okay,
You're crazy.
I know.
No way.
But I'm on the record now on that. But because their food is so incredibly popular, if you go to the one in Miramar and you try to get to Home Depot to buy some light bulbs, you had better go early or late. Because if you go anywhere around lunchtime and you take that outside road, you're done. Which is why I go the back way into that when I have to go to Home Depot, because I know what I'm going to encounter if I make the turn directly into the shopping center off Miramar Parkway. When this first came up, next door was red hot with in an odd shaped parcel to begin with. You're going to put a Chick-fil-A. And I remember having discussions with Stam, and he said, Commissioner, we're going to increase the stacking. We've met with the engineers. They pulled out their best protractors and divided by 5.7, and they came up with this, and it's all figured out. I mean, there's going to be enough stacking and all this other kind of stuff. That place was in District 3. The District 3 commissioner at the time pulled it. And this is the kicker. And Jake, you'll tell us. There's a time certain for this. There's not an unlimited period of time. You have a window during which you can pull this. I think it's like 2 weeks or 7 days or something like that. And notice was given within the 7 days that we were going to have this discussion. And that kept me, even though I wasn't in the district, from doing it, because people were writing me and saying, you're going to allow this chicken. I said, it's not in District 4. I don't care. I shop there. Blah, blah. Okay, all right, fine. I'll just pull it as an appeal, just to have the discussion. I was ready to do that. The District 3 commissioner pulled it, and I said, okay, we're going to have the discussion. Pulled it, and then didn't hear it, withdrew it, thus eliminating anybody else's ability to do it. This is what happened because the 7 days had expired. That's how that one went down. So we never got to hear it, but we could have heard it, but it was first pulled and then withdrawn. And then the 7 days had elapsed, and that was the end of it. And nobody else, we were foreclosed from doing it. But doesn't mean that an item like that can't be pulled. If I'm not, if it's the will of the commission to pull from the P and Z, the different responsibilities, that can be done. That can be done. You have the power to do that. However, I don't know of another city that does that. I'm the vice chair of the Broward County Planning Council, the land use council that Mrs. Good used to serve with me as a colleague. And we are the land use agency and arm of the county. And I have to tell you that there are things that we decide that don't go to the county commission. Flex is one of them. Plats is another. Highways and roadways is another. There's a lot of things that don't go to the commission, and they're happy not to have to hear these things because there are so many of them. It would clog up their docket. And this is not uncommon in any of the cities that you see. And I'm going to say this as gently as I can. Even though, yeah, there are minutes. Yeah, we all have a responsibility to read the minutes, but a memo would really help. And I know it's hard. I know people have other work and stuff like that, but a memo laying out in plain English, this is what, these are the actions that we're taking, or even just an email, just giving you a heads up at last night's P&Z meeting, this was decided, this was decided, this was decided, so that we have a sense of it, and so that individual commissioners or the mayor could inquire as if they needed to review documents. That would be really, really helpful, because we have been caught on at times by news well after the appeal period is finished, that something had been done, and we're thinking, wow, I could have had a V8. I really wish we could scroll back the time. This one really needed to be discussed or whatever. But those are really kind of sort of rare cases in my experience in 20 years. And I have to tell you, I had most of the growth during that time in District 4, and we really didn't have a hell of a lot of that. So the Vice Mayor's motion is absolutely in order. And the question is there an appetite to go that far? Are there any specific requirements, or rather responsibilities that the PZ does that you want to pull, or that you want to examine about pulling, or do you want to do the whole thing the way he's suggesting, or do you want to do none of it at all? All of that is on the table under this motion. You can ask for additional information. You can ask that this be fleshed out. I personally would invite that. I think that we should ask lots of questions about this. I don't know that we can make this decision tonight, but this can begin a process where we ask staff, can you list all of the things that the P&Z does independently of this commission, and why those make sense, and what other cities do it that way, and which cities only reserve it to themselves to the point that their land use agency or arm is purely advisory. I would like to learn more about that. So, but I'm not prepared to make a decision one way or another.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. So I just wanted to point out something too. I mean, because I do appreciate us being able to, pull items and appeal it, but there's a difference in when you go through the appeal process, because you have a higher bar of standard that you have to meet, even to bring it forward for the appeal. And I believe that's what competent and substantial.
Well, let's ask. I mean, when you bring an item, Mr. City Attorney, for an appeal, let's say the P&Z approves a site plan, okay? And it's within their gambit to approve it. And a commissioner wants to do an appeal. Are we limited in terms of what we can look at, or is this something that what is our leeway there?
Yeah, so the process is, pretty directly governed by the city code. It speaks to the filing of a notice of appeal, then no later than 10 days prior to the commission meeting requires a submittal of a written statement determining why the decision of the Planning and Zoning Board was not based on competent and substantial evidence, which is the standard under a quasi judicial matter by which the issue would be considered and heard.
But that's simply because it's in our city code.
That's right.
But we could change the code to give commissioners more of a reason that because we don't think that it'll be good for the community, or we disagree that that this was a wise decision. Could that be incorporated into the code?
Well, it could be. Currently, the code provides for an on-the-record appeal. So we know when a matter comes before the commission, there's no submittal of new evidence. You're essentially reviewing the action of the Planning and Zoning Board to determine whether or not their decision was based on competent, substantial evidence.
Under our code?
Under our code.
My question is, could we amend the code to give commission a wider avenue of review?
Yes. I mean, the short answer is yes, keeping in mind that under a quasi judicial process, the decision, be it of the Planning and Zoning Board or of this commission, needs to be based on competent and substantial evidence submitted on the record.
So maybe that's another angle that we could look at, but then we shouldn't just open it up to anything. We should really sort of talk about, well, what would the basis be for this appeal? Like, I anticipated when I filed when I was getting ready to file the Chick-fil-A, I anticipated that because the traffic engineering report was simply unbelievable. Yeah. Guess what? They've opened. I haven't heard a peep. I haven't heard a peep. Except we love that sandwich. So,
Well, Mr. Mayor.
but if you all wanted to open up the code to give you a wider berth for review on appeal, that's yet another option you could look at.
But I still think though that even still what the attorney is saying is that's a high bar, substantial competent information or is very, 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 very challenging to meet. You really, really got to work hard to get to that point to even have a discussion. So
yes, sir. But when you said that, because that's what our code says.
But I think
I'm
it's tied,
suggesting to you is that code provision.
but I
can
think
be
that's
amended.
tied to the quasi judicial process, not necessarily just the code.
Is it, city attorney?
Yeah, the standard in a quasi judicial proceeding, whether that proceeding is before the Planning and Zoning Board or before this commission, in any quasi judicial matter, the decision of the commission or the board needs to be based on the competent and substantial evidence submitted on the record at that hearing.
Okay.
So now our code does provide that appeals are not what's referred to as a trial de novo. It's not a new trial. It's a review of the evidence considered by the Planning and Zoning Board. If this commission wanted to essentially conduct a new hearing, that would be an option that the commission could control, but it would require an amendment to your code.
So you could come with any argument and say, I don't think this was substantial and credible, and the commission could order a new application.
Or a new hearing, a new consideration of the testimony and evidence presented.
And in the process of doing that, we could also take legislative note of why we're doing it and pass that along to the P&Z, and they would have their own independent judgment to make. But we could explain why we're doing it.
Good.
So I mean, there are different ways to look at this. There's the vice mayor's suggestion, which is totally in order. There's a code revision, which is a possible. There's giving it to staff to get more information. I want to control this, but does anyone else want to chime in?
I guess like my thought is we put people on the board for a reason. It's usually someone that you trust to make decisions on your behalf. It's probably someone that you've known for a while or that they've been on the P&Z board for a while, whatever it may be. I think one, that nobody else really does it that way is kind of a testament to maybe like a standard for these kinds of boards. I think we have enough to deal with at times. And delegating that, especially to people that we entrust with that because we give them those powers, is more than enough for them to come to these conclusions on their own. And I think it simply highlights that we have to be more vigilant at times of what the P&Z board is doing, because maybe we can do something. I know the communications team puts out what they call a commission meeting spotlight. It is like a quick notes 2-pager of what we do here. And I think something similar can be done for the P&Z board so that it makes it easier for us to kind of look at that, because it is a very, to lack of words, like a powerful board, obviously, so that we can regulate that and within the 7-day period or whatever, like point something out. I don't necessarily think that taking away, bringing more onto our docket is the way to go, as much as if we individually take the responsibility of looking at what they're doing and calling it out, in addition to making the standard of calling that out a little bit lower so that it's easier for us to call it out. If that makes any sense.
So if I may respond to that. So, and I want to make it clear that I'm not asking us to take away what they do. That's not the question here. What I'm speaking to is that there are decisions that impact this commission that this commission doesn't make the decision on. And when you speak about we choose people that we trust, we do, and we do. But those people aren't doing what we're doing. They're not in the public, accessing the community, getting emails about, things that they're not happy with, what they would consider to be complaints against their quality of life. We get that. And when they say, I don't like what that was, you can't go to them and say, or you can say, well, I didn't make that decision. They'll go, well, why the heck why are you representing me again? So, I mean, I don't misunderstand what I'm trying to, when I talk about this issue. Those folks still have as important a job tomorrow as they do today, as they did yesterday. It's just that I'm thinking that there are certain things that we need to see. Maybe not everything. I'm conceding to everything, but there are certain, like site plans. I mean, you're going to build a 200,000 square foot building, and I'm not even going to be able to see what that looks like, how that's going to impact the community, and that could happen. I mean, that's a reality for us. I mean, when we talk about redevelopment, hey, it's already zoned. Hey, it's already got a building. Hey, it doesn't fall within all those other check marks that has to go to commission. It can be a conversation totally outside of our purview. And to wait until that project is done before we get a notice is too late. When you speak about being noticed, we should be noticed way in advance. When we see the truck coming down the road, we should be knowing, hey, the truck's on the road, it's coming this way. What's happening? How's it going to impact the community? How are we going to engage that? And because we don't hear it, we don't have the rights to make decisions on those things, but we can appeal it afterwards, where we got to hire a bar in order to be able to present our position and why we think it should be something else. It's hard to back off that, because then you get it's in a lawsuit.
Couldn't we hear it if we just attend the P&Z board meeting?
No. You want to know why? And this has happened many times. I go to the P&Z. The very first thing that happens is that the attorneys rush up to me and say that. You know why? Because if anybody appeals, it's this commission that hears it. And then I can't be considered impartial to the appeal because I spoke at the P&Z meeting. So that's a very complicated situation.
Which is why I never went. Which is why I never went.
Okay. But I'm just answering.
No, I didn't know that, but I think that's why something like the spotlight might be, because we would get notice of kind of the projects moving forward, wouldn't we? at least on this, or do we only get the chance to appeal once it's done? Can we not appeal as it's moving?
No.
No, you gotta appeal after, once their plane comes in for landing, then you can appeal. But your other point is very fair. We're not getting the flow of information. We could direct that the flow of information be better. There's no question about it.
That's, if it's possible, I actually agree with everything that's being said, okay? And Vice Mayor, I appreciate that you brought this up because I know the mayor used Chick-fil-A in District 3. There are, and he already knows this, there are new developments, they haven't broken ground, they have not received actual permitting just yet, out in District 4, right by another one of our, not a city-run charter school, by the self-storage. So there are properties in District 4, south side of Pines, that are getting ready to be in the pipeline. I think, I feel like a broken record. I keep talking about communication, but your point is well taken. Okay, you're in your district, something is approved, folks are upset, they voted for you, they elected you, and you have no power over it.
Or a voice.
Or a voice through it. So I would, and to kind of steer us in a direction, I would be supportive of some kind of direction. I don't know how to word it, and I defer to you all and Jake to look at this so that the commission, and you guys word it, I don't know, the commission has more information prior to when we are able to pull it, as the mayor he noted from that particular example. Furthermore, I don't mean to give you a headache, Jake, but the higher bar, the higher bar for appeal is something the vice mayor has brought up, and I believe the mayor also nodded his head in it. That is also concerning, given the fact that, again, we're the ones that are up here that are in public, responsive to our constituents, and oftentimes, whether it's pulling an item and then a 7-day lapse, or however you described it, Mayor, that would be concerning to me. So I don't know, Vice Mayor, if I would incorporate basically Commissioner Rodriguez was saying in terms of communication. I don't know if that's something you put into the code. I don't know how that works. Just saying, and something to the Vice Mayor's point that you have to have more formal notification. Well, you, all of us sitting up here, and future commissions and future mayors about something as impactful. The Chick-fil-A is one example, but she has development coming to District 3. I have development in District 4. Geopolitical boundaries are just imaginary. We're all going to be impacted out west as well. So I would be supportive of something along those lines.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you. My appointments to BOA and P&Z, I have a very good relationship with the people who I appoint. When I receive emails and phone calls about a particular project or a variance within the district, I share that with that particular member for that particular board. They know that if I haven't reached out to them, it's because I haven't received a petition with 500 signatures on it, or 5 emails against it. I also know that the planning department, to Mr. Dodger's credit, have hired the finest. So when applications come in, they say, and Commissioner Rodriguez and Hernandez, you'll have this opportunity. There's an application that came in for a potential widget company at this corner of whatever it is. You got the first right of refusal right there. Before it even gets to the Planning and Zoning Board, you have the ability to talk with staff about any objections that you believe your residents, our residents, would have for a particular project. And I must tell you, there are more projects that went down based on my objections before they went down at the P and Z. Because the hard work, the heavy lifting, the labor that was put into it was done ahead of time. So when I don't have, let me say it in a different way. My relationship with the 20-year board chair of the P and Z, Henry Rose, has been outstanding. So when it comes to issues that may go outside of District 2, and I'm hearing things from the other four corners of the city, I'll reach out to the chairman. That being said, the land use attorneys, they're going to call you. The city clerk notifies us every Thursday afternoon with all the postings. I don't use a book, I use online. I've been online for 10 years now. I go through all the agendas that get posted. The Planning and Zoning Board, the Board of Adjustment. Why? Because it's my job to do that. I review those agendas as much as I review our agendas, which allows me to reach out to staff, to reach out to the city manager, to reach out to the applicant, and ask the necessary questions. That's the expectation that's expected of us. Now, Mrs. Schwartz likes to have her husband at home on Thursdays, but she also knows that Mr. Schwartz is watching the Planning and Zoning Board meetings and watching the BOA meetings live. If there's a particular item that rises to the level that I need to know where the objections are within the city's boundaries. As the mayor stated, he doesn't attend the meetings, neither do I, but that doesn't mean I'm not involved looking at them. So I'm getting all of the data necessary. Like when Vice Mayor Good came down for the Amscot. There was a parking issue with a change, and so we have a responsibility not only on Wednesday nights, it's every night. We have residents who want to know how we're going to address things. Now, it is also helpful, Commissioner Rodriguez, to your point, having a summary, but the clerk is already giving us that before the meeting happens. Now, with respect to the evidence presented at the hearings and quasi-judicial, we have members of the public who serve on boards. And I had a motion that was approved that require those board members to disclose if they've had any conversations with lobbyists prior to the meeting. Same disclosures we have. They are required to fill that information out and disclose that information so the public knows who has been contacted. However, staff, the planning department, is extremely helpful in getting the deal done. For example, the same attorney who oversaw Chick-fil-A hasn't gotten a lot of things in District 2 because it's not going to sit well. So when it comes to land use and land use changes, the land use attorneys are going to reach out to us ahead of time before their client spends thousands of dollars of time. They don't want it to go down. They want to win. So the most recent, I believe, an important item was Tesla. Tesla came in to Pembroke Gardens. It was a lively discussion that night about where to put the charging stations. And I didn't want to extend board night anymore, but Ram Tawari was talking about, viability of electricity and all that stuff. There is I don't know if there were 10,000 Teslas in Pembroke Pines, you couldn't charge them all. There's not enough stations. We've had despite the fact that the Planning and Zoning Board approves stuff, we have Memorial Hospital suing us. When we make the decisions up here, even though it's meeting code and all that stuff, and we send them down to the courthouse and they take a beating down there. So just because we're reviewing it doesn't mean that we're not going to get sued. Okay? Even when we did everything right, we still get sued. We also have, I don't want to take away from the fact that we had a significant rewrite of our code that the mayor and vice mayor and I were a part of. And there wasn't any, it didn't rise to the level of tonight's conversation. But it's here now, so we'll have the conversation now. The rewrite of a code is going to take a little bit of time. So if we ask staff to do a rewrite, we ask city attorney to do a rewrite, you know what happens? They come here, giving their best efforts. Okay, that's not what I meant. So, Vice Mayor Good, would you be open to working with the planning department and the city attorney? Be your special project, go through the code. You write the changes that you want. Come back. Come back. Draft form, I'll support you tonight on that. Put it in your words, how you see it. What I don't want to do, it would be unfair to you and unfair to us if we ask staff or the city attorney to come up with something and we think this and that, and now we say that's not what we meant. Because this rewrite was essentially 3 years. It took nearly 3 years to do this.
Took a long time.
So go for it. I fully support you. Go for the rewrite. Bring it back to us when you feel it's ready for us to digest and to debate.
I appreciate all those comments and everything else. Let's,
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, can I just do one more thing
I just wanted to hear from the public, but go ahead.
on this item?
Yeah, I mean,
This is a discussion, but
I see hands raised, so.
can I just say one thing though? One comment, then, you know, because if I need to refine things, great. I don't have any issue with that. I will. But I want to leave with a thought for just a moment, because you made a reference about your relationship with your appointee. I have a very tight relationship with my appointee. And my appointee occasionally understands the perspective and votes as we vote here, and maybe the lone vote that votes for or against something. But here's the dilemma. Just like us up here, we occasionally have a singular vote that goes against everybody else. But you know what the difference is? Remember I said something about your voice? Your voice was heard on your position on something. Your voice is not heard on a position that's made in a decision by your appointee at the Planning and Zoning Board on something that has a massive impact to a quality of life issue or your district. That's sometimes how that goes down. So I'm just saying, give it thought about the voice that you have, whether it's.
I would
It's
say
here.
this, and it's 30 seconds or less.
Okay,
My appointees have sometimes not voted in the view or in the perspective that I would have gone in. Okay, but that was their independent viewpoint. Those are the items that don't rise to the level of Chick-fil-A. Okay? And it's okay. We're not going to always agree on everything.
I don't know.
The big stuff, we have those conversations.
All right.
And, you know, that's why I like to have flexibility and appoint people who reflect the viewpoint, because they're my voice, Vice Mayor Good. Regardless of how they vote, they're my voice because they're my appointment. And so I own that.
all right,
Thank you.
let's try and bring this in for landing. The fact of the matter is, I don't think we have a motion before us that the public could even speak on.
No.
So, Vice Mayor, what's your pleasure?
I will refine my,
And come
I'll
back?
come back with a more defined request.
More specific kind of a thing.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else on this?
Thank you for the conversation.
Jack, we don't have a motion to speak on. We don't have a motion to speak on. Okay. So the next item is, 15. Commissioner Schwartz.
Sure. Mr. Diaco, you still in the house? Come on down while I read this thing. It's your night, sir. This is a presentation by staff for the Code Enforcement Initiative Enhancement. There's a PowerPoint slide that Mr. Diaco, I'm sure, has queued up on his podium. I see some three great supervisors. Thank you so much for your work. And just so you know, Chief Vargas presented a wonderful presentation for a budget visioning session. So we know that we're receiving additional help, but I want to give Major Diaco and his team an opportunity to take a look back quickly for the last 10 years and where we're going forward. Major?
Name and title for the record, please.
Got it. Good evening, Larry Diaco, Code Compliance Administrator. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and Mr. Dodge for your support of the Code Compliance Unit. Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz, for bringing this item forward. I'll start by introducing our leadership team. Ms. Julia Luque, Mr. Peter Avino were promoted to Code Compliance Supervisors in 2018, and Eugene Nelson earlier this year. Chief Vargas, Assistant Chief Bermudez, and I are very grateful for their leadership, integrity, and dedication to the city. In 2014, the city recognized the need to restructure the Code Compliance Unit and place it under the command of the Police Department. We're very proud of this team you see up on the screen. They accomplish a large volume of often very complex code cases while always maintaining their professionalism and dedication to our beautiful city. Staffing in the Code Compliance Unit has increased from 1 administrator, 8 code compliance officers, and 2 clerical staff in 2015 to 15 code compliance officers, along with 3 supervisory positions and 3 clerical support staff. This demonstrates our commitment to enhancing the capabilities and capacity the unit addresses to address these challenges effectively. Our presentation will begin with our enhancements. And with that, I'll ask Supervisor Peter Avino to go over those. Peter.
Good evening, everybody. Peter Avino, Code Compliance Supervisor. As Major Jacko stated, this is our enhancement initiative. Our proposal is to enhance code compliance services will include the following staffing additions. These personnel additions will increase the effectiveness, efficiency of the unit, as well as contribute a succession planning. We currently have 3 vacant positions. We have requested 2 additional code compliance officer positions and 1 clerical staff for the budget of 2024 and 2025. We're proposing to have 1 administrator, 3 code supervisors, 16 officers, 1 administrative aide, 3 clerical specialists. Additional, we will increase our coverage for evening from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., weekend supervisor coverage, expanding weekend coverage for compliance officers on the weekends, assigning additional co-compliance officers to non-HOA districts, create a central zone to better coordinate with patrol operations, concentrate efforts in a smaller geographical area. The co-compliance unit will continue to attend HOA meetings and city functions. We will continue to collaborate with city communications directors and the police department's media relations manager to ensure education outreach. With this continued collaboration with the Director of Planning and Economic Development, we will make sure to make recommendations to reinforce ordinances to assist the code compliance efforts. Work closely with the special managers to ensure ensure that all properties that contain health, safety, and welfare concerns are identified and abated swiftly. We believe these enhancements and changes, the code compliance unit can effectively respond to evolving needs in Pembroke Pines. As you see on the screen, some of these are our code compliance city resources. We work closely with Police Department, Community Affairs Unit, Building Department, and Planning and Economic Development. Our due process, as we have above, the code compliance unit is dedicated to improving the quality of life issues in the city of Pembroke Pines through awareness, education, enforcement, and our primary goal is speedy compliance. Speedy compliance is key. 85% of our cases are resolved at a courtesy notice stage of the process where homeowners voluntarily bring their property into compliance in a timely manner. Common violations, property maintenance, work without a permit, and illegal dumping. These are just some of our common violations. Our graph here, as you can see, in 2023, our unit proactively generates 69% of its activity, with 50% activity called in by concerned citizens. Our code compliance unit handled over 4,687 cases in 2023 and took over 34 actions related to code compliance, including inspections, abatements, HOA meetings, and other enforcement actions. The code compliance unit's proactive approach, community engagement efforts, and collaboration with other city departments contribute to the effectiveness of this and improving quality of life, maintaining regular compliance in Pembroke Pines. Like as you see in our graph, these are done by districts, and these are cases opened by districts for 2023. As you can see, 2 and 1 are our highest, and then 3 and 4. This is our current map. As you can see on the west, we have 4 code officers. On the east, we have 8. On weekend, we have supervisors, the east code officers, and west. We have a liaison and administrative staff. Our proposed plan of action. We have 4 code officers. Our central, which we are mirroring our police department to be able to communicate better. And then our east, 8 code officers. And then we will start with weekend coverage. We increase supervisor, 1 east, 1 central, 1 west, and then administrative staff. You can see we go up to 4. And this is our presentation. You guys have any questions?
Thank you, Peter. And I would say, colleagues, before I make a motion to officially adopt the plan presented by administration, that this has been a tremendous forward-thinking way of being able to make sure that our code compliance has visibility. As I mentioned yesterday, the phone number on city vehicles. As I alluded to yesterday, by code enforcement doing the Nellie Belmonte outreach, it's not a negative engagement with the community. Code enforcement is there to support people who are doing the right thing and correct those who need a little bit of help. We certainly want to thank everyone who's involved, especially the back end, the administrative side of things, the magistrate side of things, the city attorney side of things, because we follow the law. People have constitutional rights and protections, and that is the #1 priority of the code enforcement department, is to make sure that no one's rights are violated, that they are treated equally just like anybody else. The map that you see in front of you now, as far as the zoning, again, it is now mirrored with areas 1, 2, and 3 with our police department. I want to thank Chief Vargas for his leadership and the restructuring of the department to make us more effective and also more efficient. The next budget that we will pass in September certainly will be the first step forward to doing a couple things. Homestead exemption fraud capturing that, making sure that the property values are not only being maintained, but increased so that we have the highest possible real estate sales. You know, you see the smiles on the faces of those who are being awarded the Natalie Belmonte Award on a monthly basis. That came out of the relationship between code and the planning department. It's innovative thinking. It's making Pines the city that we love, the city that we care about. So colleagues, I'll stop talking so that you can. But essentially what I'm looking to do is just to officially accept the administration's presentation that's in the backup and to make it a part of the public record.
So that's certainly something we could do.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, I think it's great. So if I only had 15, I might be tempted to look at adding one to Central and another one to East. Why do you need 4 West with so many HOAs?
So the beauty of adding the central area for code is one, it coincides with our patrol operations. So, yes, sir. And also we have the ability to work them between the East and West districts. So they're not contained to that specific area. They could always work a District 1, 2, 3, or 4 case.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay, yeah.
I believe the presentation they made is excellent. However, it is a kind of a working document. It can vary at any time. I mean, I don't want you to think that it's always going to be 8 code officers in the East. There may be specific needs that it could vary from time to time, just like the police department changes its own. So if you're adopting what we have in the budget for this next year that I explained in the visioning session, the 2 additional code compliance officers, PSAs, and the clerical specialists, that's fine. But they're going to adjust where they work based upon where those needs are. But this is a good example as to, based on what they see right now and where the violations are, this is how they're assigning staff today. But it could vary in 6 months. So
I think it's a very, very effective presentation. I think it's the kind of presentation that will impress residents if they actually saw it. And I know that there are residents out there that ask a lot of these questions, and I know a lot of work went into it. So,
Mayor, if I may, with the adoption of this, can we include this presentation as part of future town halls perhaps, so we can get the ball rolling there?
I have to tell you, the purpose of the town halls is to elicit from residents their information, not to really, at least the town halls that I'm running I try to keep my part of it real brief and listen to what they have to say.
Gotcha.
I don't like throw a bunch, I only have one slide, and they've been wildly successful, I think, because of the simplicity of it. I show them one slide, and then what I do is I gather information from them. So, but I don't have a problem bringing folks in to show them any plan. All right, is there anything else on this?
So I can count on them when I have a community meeting to bring this as well.
Always.
sure.
Okay. That's it.
All right. Anything else for the good of the whole? Old business, new business? I think we got it all right.
Can I just,
Yes.
sorry, I just had a brief remarks. I attended a breakfast with, oh, is it regarding this? No, we're just talking in general.
We're done with that.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, guys. I
Terrific.
attended Legal Aid of Broward County, held a breakfast for pro bono lawyers to help with the new program. I just wanted to kind of put it on the record and announce that they are offering free immigration legal services for low-income families. These are services for, and I have more information on here because I don't know the whole thing, but basically free legal services for low-income families looking to better their immigration status, specifically from 4 different countries that have been identified as able to get work permits. So it's just, you know, a little fun fact, I suppose. So if there's any lawyers that are looking to work on their pro bono hours, they can do with legal aid of Broward County. And if you have any families within your districts that might benefit from these kinds of services or any legal services that Legal Aid Broward provides, I think that that's a great thing to have. I'm going to make copies of this to have in our office, and I'll distribute it, and maybe you guys can as well within your own.
I was wondering, Mr. Dodge, could we direct, that there be a social media posting of this, and maybe even on the TV station so that folks who are interested?
Yeah, absolutely. Any information you provide for us, we certainly can provide that through all of our
We can ramp it
different
out
means.
that way. We can help get the information out.
I also had a busy week and I went to visit Children's Harbor, which is a great
Yeah.
facility that we have here in Pembroke Pines, and I don't think we've boasted about it enough. I had heard of it in the past when I went to West Broward. We used to fundraise for them and help out. So I actually had a chance to go visit, learn more about their group home projects and what they do. Basically, they take in kids, teenagers that don't have anywhere to go and that they're under the reprimand of the state. So it's just a thing that Pembroke Pines holds within, you know.
Well, actually, we own the facility. We started
and
it
we lease it to
25
them.
years ago. and
Exactly. It's
So we've been a partner with them for many, many
It's
years.
been a labor of love in Pembroke.
absolutely incredible. And I think we need to kind of highlight these things a little bit more because maybe other cities look at it and say like, oh, wow, maybe we can participate in something like that. It's just kind of touching on the fact of what we talked about yesterday on communication. We have these great projects like, you know, our affordable housing projects, all of those things. And I think, you know, every once in a while to highlight them, especially as we're a little bit near, we're kind of learning what you guys have already known. And maybe because you've already known about it for so long, it doesn't come to mind to reiterate it at times, but you know, I hope to be able to do that in the future.
Absolutely.
So Children's Harbor and Broward Legal Aid. That's it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, we'll
The
adjourn.
Florida Panthers, Mayor, play Stanley Cup Finals this weekend, so just saying that.
Ah, okay. Enjoy your week. Happy Father's Day, right? No. When is